second.
They were in third before, they were in fourth before by you, so they're making progress. I wish you could see more individuals. James leading the 2A.
Good rebound, pal. You gotta get in the rebound.
Ooh, good cut.
Guys forward, please.
Jacob Downey. Randy Trujillo won. Skibby lost.
Huh.
Keller beat a kid from Hawaii.
Cool.
Austin beat a scrum.
That's good.
But Skipper got beat.
Bad.
Rush forward.
Still counts for 6 points.
Staple has a Rebel rebound. Kendall turns and runs. She's not one to slow things down. Another perfect screen by Hatch, and this time it's Tingy with the finish on the left side.
Rich Rebel girls basketball is on.
Brown follows a screen inside right post. She missed the first shot, got her own board, and put it back up and in.
Coming off a second consecutive third place finish at state, the Rebels return for the 2019-2020 season, with sights taking it to the next level.
Walentine, left corner three, her third triple of the quarter.
Coach Cody Lundgren returns for his 5th season on the bench.
She gets the pass in the right corner, three-point shot off the back of the iron, just missed by inches, but Brown chases down the Rebel rebound.
And with the athletes, the experience, and the will to win, the Rebels are ready to run.
Staple drives and floats from the left baseline and hits it.
MyLocalRadio.com presents Rich Rebel Basketball on KADQ FM 98.3 Rebel Radio, with live streaming video at MyLocalRadio.com.
JC goes free throw line. Hatch pulls the trigger and knocks it down. Sydney Hatch with the bucket.
Ridge High School Hoops is presented by Evanston Regional Hospital, Plains Tire of Evanston, by Westar Printing and Rocky Mountain Sign, Cash Honda Yamaha in Logan, by Come On In of Casper, Auto Farm Chevrolet, the Bear Lake Convention and Visitor Bureau, The Store, and by MyLocalRadio.com.
Rebound, Rebels go the other way. Allie Walentine, perfect screen by Sydney Hatch. She just screened off the defense, and Allie finished on the left side with the drive.
And now, Rebel Roundball fans,
The Staple baseline jumper is good.
put on your lucky socks, set your seat to full recline, and get ready to cheer on the Rebels
Hatch stuffs it. Sydney Hatch having a great couple of series.
as we head courtside to join the play-by-play voice of the Rebels, Ryan Steineckert.
Good evening and welcome to Rich High School. February 7th, a Friday evening. Just a few weeks away from state tournament time, and the Rebels find themselves back at home hosting the Region 22 rival Tabiona Tigers. It's Rich versus Tabiona tonight. Girls and boys coming up right now. The JV boys trail by 6, 44-38 as the fourth quarter has just gotten underway on senior night at Rich High School. Stay tuned. We've got your Christopher Staple Family Scene Set here on Rebel Radio, KADQ FM 98.3 with live streaming video at mylocalradio.com. Evanston Regional Hospital is an affiliate of the University of Utah Health. Our partnership builds on a long tradition of collaboration between Evanston Regional Hospital and University of Utah Health. Inside these doors, our dedicated staff is committed to being your caring partner in your healthcare journey. Whether you need an MRI or surgery, are expecting a new baby, or you're having a heart attack, Evanston Regional Hospital is here to help. Evanston Regional Hospital. Healing begins here.
If the idea of owning your own home in beautiful Bear Lake sounds like more than your finances can handle, visit the experts at Bear Lake Realty to learn how you can make it happen. Gary and Amber McKee at Bear Lake Realty can show you how to buy a home and rent it out, so it pays for itself while you enjoy it some of the time as well. And soon, you'll have your own place in the Caribbean of the Rockies. No one knows the market better, and no one else serves you better than Bear Lake Realty.
Welcome back to Rich High School basketball on KADQ FM 98.3 at mylocalradio.com. The exciting matchup for you tonight, a rivalry game as the Rebels host the Tabiona Tigers tonight at Rich High School. And it's time for your scene set, brought to you by the Christopher Staple family, Sunshine Staple, and the family wishing the Rebels the best. And if you're tuned in online at mylocalradio.com, you see the Rebels come in. This is, again, talking about the girls in the JV boys game. Rich trails by 5 with just under 6 minutes left to play. And Carrillo with an offensive rebound for Rich. Riley Carrillo put it back up and in, and Rebels cut it to a 3-point game. On the girls' side, the Rebels are number 1 in the latest RPI, and they've been in that spot for a couple of weeks since Whitehorse lost. They've lost actually a couple of times since or recently against Monument Valley. So Rich at number 1 with scoring 53 points a game and allowing 34. That's a difference of plus 19 points a game. So the Rebels are beating teams on average by 19 points, and that includes, even more than 19 the last time they played against Tabiona, 55-28. The last time Rich was in action, a 52-24 win over Duchesne, and that improved Rich to 16-3 overall on the season. As for the Tabiona Tigers, they come in at number 7 in the RPI, playing some pretty good defense. Tigers allowing just 35.1 points per game. And they went on a stretch of 8 straight wins from December 13th through January 4th. That included a win at Wendover, 40-29. But then most recently, they've lost 3 of their last 4, including the loss to Rich, 55-28 at Tabiona. They beat Tinnick, then lost to Duchesne by 8, and lost against Wendover at Tabiona by 10 points. Leslie Luna, to Wendover's sophomore scoring machine, who's averaging 20 points a game, had 17 points just in the third quarter of that game at Tabiona. That was just a couple of nights ago. That brings us to tonight, where the Tigers come in scoring 42, allowing 35, 12-6 overall, and outscoring opponents by an average of 7.2 points per game. And so that's where you have Rich and Tabiona coming into this contest. Now, again, if we look back at the last time these teams met, it was dominated by Rich. First half was a 10-point game. The Rebels had that lead. In fact, they took an 8-point lead in the first quarter. And then Rebels poured it on in the third and fourth quarters, outscoring Tabiona 31-14, and in that second half, going out for the win 55-28. Tabiona is coached by Jake Fabrizio in his 5th season, won state title in 2007 under head coach Doug Price at that time. Tigers last year 1-2 at state, same the year before. They took second place, lost in overtime of the state championship 3 years ago to finish off the 2016-17 basketball season. The overall series between Rich and Tabiona, the Rebels have dominated, 31 wins, 6 losses, and we'll give you more detail on that in our Lake Town Ledger coming up a little later on during our pregame coverage. This scene set has been brought to you by the Christopher Staple family, wishing the Rebels the best. That's Christopher Staple and family, and wishing the Rebels the best. 50-47, Tabiona with a narrow lead, 4.5 left to go in the fourth quarter. 3-point shot up and in by the Tigers. McLean Ney. That's a familiar name, the Ney last name. We may touch on that a little bit more during the boys' varsity game, but stay tuned. We've got a standout student for you. We've got the Town & Country Realty Coaches Show and more when we return on the Wildlife. Here's Senior Night at Rich High School on KADQ and mylocalradio.com. In 4-H, we believe young people have the power and influence to improve the world around us. With hands-on learning and education programs, 4-H members pledge their head to clearer thinking, their heart to greater loyalty, their hands to larger service, and their health to better living. To learn more about 4-H in Rich County, stop by our office in the county building in Randolph or give us a call at 435-793-2435. 4-H, empowering young people with the skills to lead for a lifetime. In the JV game, on the girls' side, Rich was leading 26-4 at the half. Last update I had, Rebels were on top big in the JV girls game. Freshman girls won as well over Tabby, 45-26. The freshman boys lost by 67-27, and the JV boys trail by 6 to Tabiona, 53-47. Moving on to your standout student, brought to you by Rich County 4-H, empowering young people with the skills to lead for a lifetime. And just let me preface this by saying we'll hear from Allie Jarman now. The Rebel drill team, the season finished up last week at the state drill competition. They'll have a drill review a little bit later on this month. Later on, during our post-game of the boys, we'll talk with Keller Sidaway. He and the rest of the Rebel wrestlers are at state right now, and last check, they were in second place in 1A competition behind only Panguitch. And some Rebel wrestlers doing some good things. We had lots of wins. Randy Trujillo, Corrigan Conk, Keller Sidaway, Riker Conk, Colton Hislop, Bridger Weston, Jaden Rao, Stetson Huffaker, and Buckwheat. All those guys won in their first round matches. So good luck to the Rebels down at state in Richfield. All right, now let's jump into chat with one of the Rebel drill team members here on the Standout Student, brought to you by Rich County 4-H. With senior Allie Jarman at Rich High School, member of the drill team. Allie, thanks for your time.
You bet.
This might be the last time we talk.
That would be sad, but, these get me nervous, so it's all right.
Allie, how's drill going? You guys had the state tournament last week. Tell me about it.
So the state tournament went different than usual. So we're part of 2A now, so they do a semifinal before. We didn't make it to state, but we kind of considered it state as it's like the same thing as we usually experience. So it was really fun.
The semifinal was on Thursday, right? And it was at that same location as the Friday state finals?
Yes, it was like almost the exact same as regular state, like competing and just putting our all out there. So
did the teams that qualified for the next day just do the same dances again?
Yeah, so all the dances are just always the same. It's kind of boring, honestly, but it's fine. But yeah, we would have done the same dances if we would have made it. So they just picked the top 9, and we were in the 11th place. So
do you feel like you performed well and just didn't quite qualify?
Yeah, our dance routine was the best we've ever seen our dance routine be in the entire year. It was amazing. Military didn't go as well for me, but it was overall a really good time.
I probably asked you this before, but what's your favorite of the numbers?
My favorite is our military routine, which was kind of a bummer because state, that was weird. But probably at state dance was my favorite.
And I've probably asked you this before again, but what do you love most about being on the drill team?
I love dancing. I just love how fun it is and how excited I get to dance. And but I also love the bond we get as a team. And since we're such a small team this year, there's only 8 of us. We just get super close and we're best friends now. So.
Do you see yourself doing more dancing in the future, competing or teaching or instructing anything with dance?
I don't see myself going and dancing for a team necessarily. I see myself taking more dance classes because I love to dance, and I could see myself in the future 20 years being a dance coach or something like that.
Do you think you'll branch out and do any other type of dance, or is this, this is kind of your thing?
Yeah, drill team's really fun. Maybe some studio dance, coaching there would be really fun too.
Allie, anything left for the drill team? I guess there's some home games this week, and is that about it?
So we have, couple home games. I think there's 3 or 4 left. And then we have our drill review, which is just a big, gigantic showcase of what we've done throughout the whole year. It's on February 20th at, I'm thinking, 7.
So February 20th, Thursday night. That's just a few days before the state basketball tournament. But anything else that we should touch on about the Rebel drill team?
Nope, it's been a great season.
And will you do anything else in the spring? Allie, are you in the Little Mermaid?
Yeah, I'm in the Little Mermaid, and I also do golf. So I'm really excited for both of those. It's going to be a fun spring.
You guys are the defending state champs?
Yeah, I hope we can come back. We've lost a lot of golfers. I think, like 5. So we'll come back. 3 of us have been at state before. So hopefully it just works out, and it's a good time.
Thanks so much for your time, Allie Jarman, a senior at Rich High School. Good luck with the rest of your performances for drill, and congratulations on a fun, great year.
Thank you so much.
Thanks so much, Allie. 55-47 in the JV boys game. 1:25 left to play. Trey Walker takes the 3 and splashes it through, and then makes it a 5-point game with 1:20 to go. The Rebels will have to have a good comeback here in the final minute and 14 seconds. We'll keep an eye on that as we move along in our pregame coverage. The Standout Student has been brought to you by Rich County 4-H, empowering young people with the skills to lead for a lifetime.
This is Rich Rebel Senior Eliana Brown with coverage of Rich High basketball on Rebel Radio and mylocalradio.com.
Pam Cornea with Town & Country Realty in beautiful Bear Lake enthusiastically supports the Rich High Rebels.
After all, I raised 4 of them, from football, basketball, wrestling to volleyball. I supported them all. I bleed blue.
The Caribbean of the Rockies, Bear Lake, offers a variety of activities in every season. Pam would love to assist you in finding your own Bear Lake retreat. Call her today, 435-779-0012.
This is the Lady Rebel basketball coach, Cody Lundgren, and you're tuned in to the pregame show on Rebel Radio. Opening tip is less than 20 minutes away on KADQ FM 98.3 with live streaming video at mylocalradio.com.
Welcome to the Cody Lundgren Coaches Show, brought to you by Town & Country Realty, selling Bear Lake in Utah and Idaho. Call Pam today at 435-779-0012. The last time Rich and Tabiona met, the Rebels beat Tabby pretty handily, 55-28 out at Tabiona. Don't expect the same tonight. It's a good Tabiona Tigers team, and they'll give the Rebels a challenge. No one sees the game the way the coaches do, so we'll take a moment to visit with opposing coach Jake Fabrizio, and then we'll talk to Rebel head man Cody Lundgren and get his thoughts on tonight's contest between Rich and Tabiona on the Wildlife and mylocalradio.com. You're invited to come in and visit with the team at Cash Honda Yamaha in Cache Valley today. Our customers are our friends. If you haven't ever been in, stop in today. We'd love to get to know you. If you haven't been in for a while, stop in and let's get caught up. And if you were here yesterday, come back again soon. You always have an open invitation to visit the crew at Cache Honda Yamaha, where our customers are our friends, on US 91 between Logan and Smithfield.
At beautiful Bear Lake, skiing, snowmobiling, sailing, and swimming are just some of the fun activities offered to recreationists. The Greater Bear Lake Valley offers prime hunting and fishing areas, whether it's trout fishing in the streams or ice fishing for Cisco on the lake, hunting deer or seeking elk along the high mountain ridges. The scenic corner of Utah and Idaho offers outdoor recreation and historical interests away from crowds and high prices. Visit bearlake.org for more information.
With Jake Fabrizio of the Tabiona Tigers. Coach, thanks for your time.
Thanks, Ryan.
How's your season going?
Good. We're getting down to the end of it, and, we're just battling every night, trying to see where we're going to end up, and hopefully we start playing really good basketball about the state tournament time.
Do you feel like you're getting there, that really good basketball, that peak kind of play that you want to be at?
Yeah, we're very young. We got one senior with a lot of young girls, so, it's been a whole year for us to get to where we want to be. I don't feel like we're there, no, not all the way. I feel like we've made some good strides and we're making good progress, but defensively we got to maybe tighten it up a little bit and see where we go from there.
That's impressive that, as much improvement as you're seeing you need to make, you're still, I think, number 7, somewhere in the top 10 RPI.
Yeah, I don't know, I don't follow the RPI 100%, and I don't know if it's 100% correct or, for us as a team, or if that's really where we are. But we just know we got to come every night and we got to play good basketball.
Coach, let's go back to when you hosted Rich a few weeks ago. They earned a pretty dominant victory. What were your thoughts on that game?
Yeah, I mean, we knew Rich was going to come in with a lot of fighting power, and for the first half, I felt like we played pretty good basketball. We held them within, I think, 8-10 points going into halftime. Did a great job, I felt like, on Stacy. Their other role players kind of got away from us, and I know that, some of those other girls went off for 10, 12 points, and so for us to be successful in our defense, we've either got to tighten it up on Stacy a little more, or I guess pick your poison. What do you want to do? But hopefully tonight we can come out with some different options and see what we can do.
Looking at your other scores throughout the season, your defense has been better than the 55 you allowed to Rich. What are some of those other things you're doing better in those other games?
Well, I don't think for the most part that – I should say I feel like we're a very good defensive team. Sometimes we have a hard time scoring at different times of the basketball game, but for the most part we're a good defensive team. For us to be really good, we've got to be able to control the tempo of the game and to be able to eliminate turnovers and make good buckets.
You mentioned McKenna Stacy and her scoring ability. What others, I guess, are you concerned about? Or as a team, what does Rich do well that obviously makes them as good as they are?
Well, I mean, anytime Stacy has the ball in your hands, you better defend all girls. But I know up in Tabby, Wallentine went off for 10, and I think the McKee girl went off for 11 or something. We can allow a few of those girls to go off, but we can't allow 3 or 4 of them to get in double figures and pick us apart on our defense. So hopefully tonight we can buckle down on 1 or 2 of those girls and at least make things a little harder. I'm not saying we're going to stop them, but hopefully we can make it a little harder for them.
Winning is obviously the goal, but what else do you want to see your team improve at today as you get ready for state in a couple of weeks?
I want to see our team come out with a lot of fighting power, determination. I want to see a lot of guts on this team tonight and see where we're at, see what improvements we need to make for the final 2 weeks before we go to state. Hopefully we can adjust and make those adjustments right before state.
Coach, anything else you should touch on?
No, I'm just excited for a good game. Thanks, Ryan.
Jake Fabrizio, thanks so much for your time. Coach of the Tabiona Tigers, good luck today and the rest of the season.
Thanks, Ryan.
Thanks so much, Coach Jake Fabrizio of the Tabiona Tigers. As he mentioned, Allie Wallentine scored 10, Taylor McKee 11, McKenna Stacy 13, 3 different Rebels in double figures, and 9 different Rebels scored when these teams last met. Rich at Tabiona earned the win 55-28. You heard from what Coach Fabrizio wants to do to try and get the win. We'll hear from Coach Cody Lundgren and find out what his team needs to do to win tonight. That's coming up in a bit on our Town & Country Realty Coaches Show. Pam Cornea, selling Bear Lake in Utah and Idaho. 435-779-0012 is Pam's number. That's 435-779-0012. If you have real estate needs, looking for something, maybe looking to sell, call Pam Cornea today with Town & Country Realty. Rebels and Tabiona Tigers coming up in the JV boys action, a 58-53 final score. The JV team lost at Tabiona 41-27. So pretty significant improvement, especially offensively for the JV boys, but a loss nonetheless. Freshman girls won 45-26. Last we knew, the JV girls, the Rebels led 26-4 at the half. Varsity night, varsity coming up. It's senior night. We've got varsity action in a few minutes. But first, Cody Lundgren. After this on the Wildlife and MyLocalRadio.com.
Meet the service and parts department staff at Auto Farm Chevrolet. We work on almost every type of vehicle, foreign and domestic. We also sell parts and accessories for almost all makes and models. Our staff is friendly and well trained, and we are here to serve you. Open Monday through Friday beginning at 7:30 a.m. We invite you to Auto Farm Chevrolet for all your parts and for all your service needs. 624 Front Street, Evanston. We're a community-driven dealer.
Established in 1870, Randolph, Utah is home. Home to the rich rebels, to hardy people of high character, and to values of dedication, honesty, hard work, education, and respect for self and others. Randolph is also home to friendly folks who love their families, their town, and their neighbors. Count yourself a neighbor whenever you visit Randolph, Utah. Mayor Lynn Weston and the Town Council of Randolph wish the rich rebels good luck and invite you to visit anytime.
When you're looking for one location that is centrally located in Wyoming to host a business meeting or corporate retreat, always consider the Come On In Hotel and Suites in Casper first. With meeting rooms and amenities that everyone can enjoy at the Come On In is the best place to host events. The rustic decor, fireplaces, jacuzzis, pool, and large indoor atrium will make your event memorable. Call today and find out the ways we can help make your event a success. Come On In Hotel and Suites in Casper. Call 307-472-6300.
Back at Rich High School for senior night coverage of Rebel basketball hosting the Tabiona Tigers. The boys have one more home game next Thursday hosting the Mount Vernon Patriots, but on the girls' schedule, this is it for home games. They'll play at Wendover tomorrow and then at Manila next Friday. We'll have both those games for you here on My Local Radio and KADQ, but again, this is the final home game of the season for the Rebel girls. They'll get a bye in the first round, that play-in round of state tournament play, so the next time the Rebels take the court, of course, after the regular season, they'll just be at the state tournament. The Rebel JV girls team just wrapped up a win, 45-16 in the JV game. 45-16, again, the final score there. We'll take a quick timeout. I want to mention first, though, if you're looking to race out of the cold, maybe get out of this cold weather, we've got 2 tickets to Spring NASCAR. That's February 20th through the 23rd at the Las Vegas Motor Speedway. An opportunity to maybe race out of the cold, get down to Vegas, enjoy some sunshine and hot weather. And we've got some Race Terrace tickets for 2, the Neon Garage tickets for 2, and Lucky 7 preferred parking as well. Now, you must be 21 years old or older to register. No purchase necessary, but you can stop in at Arrowhead Dental, Chad's Automotive, Elling Ford Brothers, Freeway Tire, Hoover Chiropractic, Legal Tender Lounge, Superior Rental, and the Gun Room, and West Star Printing and Rocky Mountain Sign. Any of those businesses in Evanston, and get yourself registered to win. There's a limit of 1 entry per person per day, and so you could register at all 9 of those spots, or all 8 of those spots once per day every day, and get registered to get better chances to win those NASCAR tickets. Stay tuned. More of the Town & Country Realty Coaches Show. When we return, we'll talk with Cody Lundgren of the Rebels on the Wildlife and MyLocalRadio.com.
Business cards are a powerful and inexpensive way to promote the goods and services you offer. You can design your own cards or have the professionals at West Star Printing design your business cards. Now with same-day and next-day turnaround on all business card printing, you don't have to wait. Get your business cards today. Professional quality, inexpensive prices, and quick turnaround. Visit West Star Printing, 243 7th Street in Evanston, across from the library. West Star Printing, 307-789-5202.
If you want your truck to really catch the eye, have the professionals at Plains Tire in Evanston install a custom lift kit with new tires and wheels. We've got a huge selection to choose from, so no matter what your style is, we've got the tires and wheels to make you smile. The way your truck looks reflects on you. Get the reflection you want with a lift kit, new tires, and wheels from Plains Tire in Evanston, the tire professionals. 157 Bear River Drive. Stop in today.
With Cody Lundgren of the Rich Rebel basketball team. Coach, dominant, solid weekend.
Yeah, a great weekend. Our girls were very focused for this weekend, and I was proud of their efforts.
A lot of points, and defensively on Friday and Saturday. You hold ICS to 18 and a 2A Duchesne to 24.
Yeah, our big focus the last couple of weeks has been rebounding, hold those other teams to 1 shot per possession, and I feel like we're doing that as a whole. There's a couple times where they got 2 or 3 shots, but overall I think we're rebounding the ball very well and limiting their offensive opportunities.
It really showed, I think, with Duchesne had 1 field goal in the entire second half.
Yeah, it changes things when you can rebound the ball like that and they only get 1 shot every time they're on the floor.
Coach, you feel like the team's playing well right now? I mean, this is a time of the year where you want to be right at the peak or getting at least close to that, right?
Yeah, I feel like that. I feel like we haven't peaked yet, I don't think, and I think we continue to do things and get better and keep doing the things that we work at. So we'll keep doing those things and keep preparing for state.
When you played at Tabiona, I expected a little bit closer game, and you guys just ran away from them. You earned a pretty commanding victory. Do you expect a closer game this weekend?
Some nights the ball just goes in the hole a little bit easier, Ryan, and that it makes it easy when you make the first couple shots and get up a little bit on a team. So I don't expect that this weekend. I expect just to go and play Tabiona like they're any other great team, which they are, and just try to take care of business.
What are some things that you and Coach Fabrizio came in at the same time, and you know each other well. You know each other's teams really well. What are some things that he does well as a coach?
His girls know what they're expected to do out on his team, and they know their roles. And he runs sets where he spaces the floor and he lets the girls play and drive to the basket. And when they're open, they shoot the ball, and they shoot the ball well. So he's got some size in the middle, and Jake utilizes all his girls where they need to be, and he does a good job with that. So, and Tabiona is a very disciplined team, so it's a tough game every time you play them.
It's an impressive feat he does because the numbers are low. He's got to walk a fine line between getting that discipline, getting so much out of the girls without pushing them or driving them away.
Yeah, he does a good job. I see Jake work with his kids, and they play hard for him because they know that Coach Fabrizio, that he cares about them. So it's fun to see, and it's a good rivalry. I'm pretty good friends with Jake, and it's good. We share information all the time with each other, and I've learned a lot from him, and I'm sure he's learned a lot from us. So,
Coach, I think some of the same things would be said about you. You're getting a lot from these girls and expecting a lot, and they're delivering.
Yeah, I expect these girls to give the team everything they got every night, and whether it's making open shots or rebounding the ball or playing lockdown defense, it'll change every night for them. Some nights their shot will be on, and they'll be a scorer, and some nights their shot won't be on, and what can they give the team after that? And these girls have been stepping up and doing what the team needs them to do for us to get a win.
Aside from worrying about the win, trying to get that victory, what other things do you want to see your girls do against Tabiona Friday?
I want to see them keep communicating like they have been. Our whole aspect this year has been team first and do what the team needs to win and not be selfish. And I love this team. I don't see any selfish things within these girls. They just play hard for each other. And, it's all when you say they play hard for each other. They do what it takes for this team to be successful, and I appreciate that.
Cody Lundgren of the Rich Rebels, thanks so much for your time, Coach. Good luck with Tabby Friday.
Hey, thank you.
Thanks so much, Coach Lundgren. Our Coaches Show has been brought to you by Town & Country Realty. Pam Cornea selling Bear Lake in Utah and Idaho, 435-779-0012. Stay tuned. We got senior night stuff, plus your Town of Lake Town Ledger, Thompson Ranch keys of the game, and the Old Chicago pregame slice, Old Chicago Pizza, coming up after the break on the Wildlife at MyLocalRadio.com. When you enter the city limits of the town of Woodruff, the sign welcomes you to a place with the coldest temps and the warmest hearts. Settled in 1870, we celebrate the values of kindness, compassion, and friendliness, knowing a community's greatness may best be measured by the compassionate actions of its members. Mayor Scott Sabian, council members Millie Bradshaw, Raymond Franson, Kent Stewart, and Jason Peterson, with Secretary Lisa Bell, welcome you and say, Go Rich Rebels!
Is it time to stop wishing for your dream home in beautiful Bear Lake? If you're ready to make your dream a reality, Bear Lake Realty can help. With residential and land listings, including vacation properties, timeshares, cabins, condos, beachfront, lake view, and more, Bear Lake Realty has what you're looking for. And with more than 30 years of real estate experience in the area, you know you're working with the best. Visit BearLakeRealty.com and come and enjoy the Caribbean of the Rockies with us.
Both teams out on the court warming up for tonight's matchup. The Rebels hosting the Tabiona Tigers. Region 22 showdown, a rivalry game, and senior night for the Rebels of Rich High. Jumping into the Town of Lake Town Ledger, brought to you by the Town of Lake Town, wishing the Rebels good luck throughout the season. And in this series, it's been almost all Rebels. In fact, Rich won 20 in a row from 07-08 through 2015-16. Now, interestingly enough, that one just prior to that in 06-07, that last loss before the 20-game win streak was a state championship for Tabiona. They beat the Rebels in 2007 for the state title in overtime. But the Rebels reeled off 20 straight wins. Then Tabiona took 4 in a row, and Rich has won the last 3, including a 55-28 win earlier this year, the last time Rebels played at Tabiona. Now, last year at Tabby, the Rebels squeaked out a 1-point win. The last year here at Rich, Rich won by 17 points. Not sure what to expect here. I'd expect some tough competition and expect Tabiona to come out playing hard, playing disciplined defense, and trying to slow down the Rebels offensively, obviously. We'll see if the Rebels can shoot as they did a couple of weeks ago at Tabiona when they came away with a win 55-28. Again, in this series, going back to the 01-02 year, the Rebels 31 wins, the Tigers 6 victories. That's your Lake Town Ledger, brought to you by the town of Lake Town. Good luck, Rebels, from the mayor and town council of Lake Town. Jumping into your Old Chicago Pizza pregame slice, the Rebels, the home team, in the home whites, Tigers in the road blacks with black numbers, so the white outline around the numerals. Luckily, that outline is just thick enough that it pops, and you can see those numbers. Tigers also wearing some purple on the jerseys as well, purple, white, and black. And a good crowd here tonight. We'll have the Rebel Band in full force. I know some Rebel fans probably down at State Wrestling in Richfield. As if there aren't enough trips to Richfield already, they get another one for State Wrestling. And last we checked, and I got to thank Rob Leifson for checking on that for us. Last we checked, the Rebels were in second place in the 1A classification. Only second only to the Panguitch Bobcats that took 22 teams to the State Wrestling Tournament. As I mentioned, so a good crowd here tonight. Rebel fans mostly to our left and across the way in the bleachers. Tabiona Tiger fans to our right. So far in JV and freshman action, the Tabiona Tiger boys 2-0 and the Rich Rebel girls 2-0. We'll see how the varsity action goes here in a bit. That's your Old Chicago Pizza pregame slice. Next time you're in Logan, stop in at 795 East, 1400 North for delicious pizzas and more built from scratch, one fresh ingredient at a time. They've got great sandwiches, Italian nachos, fantastic wings. If you like it spicy, if you don't, you can have it your way at Old Chicago Pizza in Logan. All right, now for your Lazy BT keys of the game. Lazy BT brand and the Thompson Ranch. Rebels need to win the battle of the boards. Rich has that's a bottom line for just about every game. That's a key, and especially with a Tabby team that if you give them extra chances to shoot, they'll make you pay. Cassidy Bales, good size inside. Peyton Lazenby, when she gets inside, plays bigger than she is, and the Rebels will have to keep Tabby off the offensive glass. No second chance points. Number two is, let me back up for a second. Conversely, the Rebels have got to get some extra chance points. Rich has taken 753 two-point shot attempts this season, and a part of that, part of the reason that, a part of the way that they're outscoring teams 53-34 is they're getting those second chance points, extra opportunities to score, and they've got to do that tonight with winning the battle of the boards. Number two, as legendary coach John Wooden of UCLA college basketball fame said, play fast but don't hurry. Be quick but don't hurry. When you hurry, you get into some trouble, turning the ball over, not taking care of it, making mistakes. When you play fast, when you be quick, you're forcing the team to play at your pace. And this Tabiona team is, if you heard from Coach Fabrizio earlier, he said they want to play at a slower pace. Keep that tempo low and slow, a lower scoring game. Tabby averages just 42 points offensively per game, but if Rich can get out and run, push that tempo, play fast, they'll have a good shot tonight. And number three, of course, the golden rule, take care of the basketball. That goes in hand with playing fast and don't hurry, not making those mistakes, but taking care of the basketball and limiting turnovers, a big key tonight. The rock is gold, and that's your golden rule. Treat it like gold, take care of it, no turnover, limit turnovers. Those are your Lazy BT brand keys of the game, brought to you by the Thompson Ranch. Wishing the Rebels good luck. We've got your Town of Woodruff starting lineups. We've got your senior night stuff coming up as well. 4 Rebel seniors on the girls' team, 2 Rebel seniors on the boys' team. We'll touch. I think that they'll honor those seniors, and we'll touch on that as well here on our broadcast. Some interesting items of note from around the state. The Rebels will take on Wendover tomorrow at Wendover, and that's the more this season goes on, the better and better Wendover looks. They last night scored 77 points against Pinnacle. Now that's Pinnacle. Let's be honest here. Let's call a spade a spade. That's a 57-point win over Pinnacle, but regardless of who that's against, 77 points for a girls' team. Leslie Luna is lighting up the scoreboard, 20 points per game, and that's who Rich will have to watch out for tomorrow. Now, another interesting note for Wendover, they're forcing almost 18 turnovers per game. So as Rich travels out to Wendover tomorrow, Rebels will have to be very aware of that defensive intensity and pressure that Wendover will try to put on the Rich Rebels. Coming on to the end of your pregame show, it's been brought to you, the coaches show has been brought to you by Town & Country Realty. And we, of course, had your Town of Lake Town Ledger, the Thompson Ranch Keys of the Game, and the Old Chicago pregame slice. Saby Trucking presents your tip-off. That's coming up in a few minutes. We've also got the Town of Woodruff starting lineups in a moment as well. But I think first we'll have either the national anthem or the Pledge of Allegiance, and then we'll honor some seniors. Rebels celebrating senior night tonight. The boys hosting Mount Vernon next Thursday, and that'll be the final home game of this 2019-20 basketball season. But with only the boys hosting Mount Vernon, they're celebrating senior night tonight as the girls and boys are in action. The cheerleaders at State Wrestling is announced by the Superintendent Dale Lamborn. So we'll take a quick pause and be right back with your starters on the Wildlife and mylocalradio.com.
Success is no accident. It comes from constant hard work, perseverance, sacrifice, and learning from failure. Laketown Mayor Burdette Weston and council members Dallas Clark, Chris Hodges, Gary Ogilvie, and Delora White encourage the Rich High Rebels to continue to do whatever it takes to succeed in academics, activities, and athletics. The town council and citizens of Laketown celebrate the success of all the students and staff in the Rich School District.
This presentation of Rich High School Athletics on mylocalradio.com is brought to you by these Rebel Sports boosters, the Wilson Ranch in Randolph. Good luck, Rebels, from Dale, Kim, Kyler, and Casey. Remember, the harder you work, the more good luck you'll have. And by Argyle Ranch Saddle and Boot, Feed and Supply, a custom shop specializing in leather and wood goods, with a farm feed and supply store to boot. Proudly supporting the Rich Rebels, the Argyle Ranch Saddle and Boot, Feed and Supply Store.
As one of the region's most visited websites, mylocalradio.com is here to serve you. Catch up on local and regional news and information. Buy, sell, or trade your good used items on the radio classifieds. Check the weather forecast or catch our live coverage of your high school teams in action, all on mylocalradio.com. Like us on Facebook so you never miss a giveaway, and visit mylocalradio.com today to stream it all live. Welcome back to Rich High School. Time for your starting lineups brought to you by the Town of Woodruff. Mayor Scott Saby, council members Millie Bradshaw, Raymond Franson, Ken Stewart, and Jason Peterson with Secretary Lisa Bell. And first, the visiting team, Tabiona Tigers, coming in at 12-6, 0-1. They'll only play 2 games in region this season, twice against Rich, and that's it. Number 11, a sophomore, Abby Rose. Number 14, a senior, Cassidy Bales. 21, a junior, Peyton Lazenby. 31, a junior, Lily Lazenby. And 44, sophomore, Callie Fabrizio, your starters for the Tabiona Tigers. Rebels, seniors mostly on the starting lineups.
McKenna Stacy, junior. Allie Valentine, senior.
Eliana Brown, senior.
Kendall Staple, senior. Sydney Hatch, senior.
Rebels with a different starting lineup tonight, brought to you by the Town of Woodruff. Kendall Staple in the starting lineup for the first time, and then so all seniors: Allie Valentine, Ellie Brown, Kendall Staple, Sydney Hatch, and in the junior, McKenna Stacy. Those are your starting lineups, brought to you by the Town of Woodruff. And I guess they'll do senior night stuff later. We'll join in on that when it comes about. We'll cross that bridge when we get there, as they say. So we're getting set for the tip-off, brought to you by Saby Trucking, Scott and Diana Saby. Sydney Hatch against Peyton Lazenby for the opening tip. Again, brought to you by Saby Trucking, Scott and Diana Saby. A little bit of moisture on the ground. I'm going to get some things cleared up. In the freshman games, Tabiona won the boys' side 67-27. Rebels won the girls' side 45-26. In the JV action, the Tigers won a close one in the boys 58-53, and the Rebels ran away with a victory in the girls 45-18. Looks like Coach Lundgren doing it all, cleaned up the wetness, the moisture on the floor, and We're getting set for the tip. Rebels will attack left to right. Tigers right to left. Lazenby and Hatch for the tip. Lazenby tipped it and then came down with it. And so that'll be Rebel basketball. As soon as she grabbed it, she cringed, knowing that, oh, I can't do that. So Rich will have it first as we get things started here in this first quarter, brought to you by The Store, Clothing and More, next to the Monkey Shines Laundromat in Evanston. They are open tonight until 6 and tomorrow from 10 to 4. Wallenstein right corner inside looking for Hatch. Just keeps it away from Lily Lazenby. Staple at the top of the key, right wing. Wallenstein steps to the right corner, launches the three and misses. Hatch tips the rebound to herself, and Rich has another opportunity to score. Staple on the right wing. One dribble. Tabby in a zone defense. Rebels try to force it into the middle and turn it over. Abby Rhodes took it away. She goes to the other end and tries to go right through Wallenstein, who was planted, but gets called for the foul. She may have stuck out a hip or shifted to her left that I couldn't see. That must be the case because Wallenstein picks up the foul. 7:26 left, first quarter, and Abby Rhodes goes to the free throw line. Rhodes, a sophomore, averages almost 10 points per game, 9.7, according to the stats available to us. And she gets the first free throw to ease on down in. And Tabby leads 1-0 on the Station on Main scoreboard. Tigers did not lead when Rich played at Tabiona January 17th. Rebels took a 2-0 lead. Tigers tied it at 2. Rich went up 5-2 on an Ali Wallenstein 3, and the Rebels led from that point on. Rhodes swishes the second free throw through and puts Tabiona up 2-0. Stacy on the right wing takes the three. T7 Propane would have three-pointed off the front of the rim and no good. Bales the rebound, tipped over to Lazenby, and Lily hands off to Rhodes. Abby up across the timeline. Tigers attacking right to left in the black uniforms. Rhodes, black socks, black shoes. Across the top, and a carry. Peyton Lazenby just couldn't quite control it. Got the hand underneath the ball, and each team has a turnover. 2-0 Tabiona leads. 7 minutes left. First quarter, brought to you by The Store, Clothing and More in Evanston. Staple, left corner. Stacy fakes the three, drives, steps through the defense, up, misses short. Left side off the window, Bales the rebound. Stacy contesting, does take it away. Goes up right at Rhodes and misses the layup. Gets her own rebound again. Second offensive rebound of the game for the Rebels, I think. And Stacy gets the steal, brought to you by Rich County Government. Staple steps up and knocks down a long two from the left angle. It's almost like a running floater, but from that far out, it's just a shot on the move, and she knocks it down. Off the back iron and in. 2-2, we're tied. Lily Lazenby in the right corner. Staple tips the ball away, but it rolls out to Lazenby. That was from Lily to Peyton. Peyton dribbles in the lane. That was a high dribble, but not a carry. Tries to kick it back outside. Staple knocked it away out of bounds. Tabiona basketball from the baseline. I think sometimes you'll hear fans get upset about a high dribble. There's nothing wrong with a high dribble if the ball doesn't go under, or if the hand doesn't go under the ball. There's nothing wrong with it, except that it's not very fundamental. Shot down from the right baseline, blocked. Rebels have it up ahead, looking for Ellie Brown. The pass up high, and she can't pull it in. Rich with 2 turnovers, 2 points in the early going. 5:54 left in this first quarter on the Station on Main scoreboard. Lily into Peyton. Rebels pressing. Peyton dribbles into a double team, then throws for Lily Lazenby and throws it away. 2 turnovers for Tabiona as Rich tries to jump out to a lead, but hasn't been able to hit shots so far. Just one gone down for Kendall Staple. Stacy, long pass. She's got Brown on the right side. Hesitates, holds the ball, puts it up and in. Lazenby came down with a clean block, but Brown used some strong hands to hold on to the ball and then put it up and in. Good defense, a little better offense. 4-2. Rebels on top, and Wallenstein tips the ball away. Rich comes up with the Rich County Government steal. Stacy all the way to the hoop, up with the right hand, a little too strong off the window. Rebound into the hands of Stacy, and she's fouled as she goes up with it. Credit Sydney Hatch for tipping that rebound away from Tabiona and to a spot where Stacy could pick it up and earn a trip to the Bear Lake Realty free throw line. Lazenby picks up her first. Stacy heads to shoot 2. McKenna eyes the target, shoots and misses off the iron. Stacy this season a 74% free throw shooter. That was her 90th free throw attempt on the year. McKenna, 18 points, 5.5 rebounds, 4 assists, almost 5 steals per game. Takes a little more time on this attempt and knocks it down, back iron and in. And the Rebels push out to a 5-2 lead on the Station on Main scoreboard. Lily Lazenby to Peyton. Stacy tips the pass. Wallenstein has it across the lane. Stacy left side, a little too strong off the window. Peyton Lazenby, the Tabiona rebound. Stacy's missed a bunch of layups. Just a little too strong off the glass. Up the other way, Callie Fabrizio travels, and the Tigers turn it over for a third time. Boy, Stacy probably would be the first to kick herself for missing those layups. 5-2, though. Rebels lead by 3. Wallenstein way out near midcourt, right side to Staple, left side, inside. Brown on the left block. One dribble, kick it back out. A-Wall, right corner. Stacy fakes the 3, drives, dishes off to a wide open Sydney Hatch. And Sydney does the rest. Right side, pretty pass. Stacy to Hatch for the 2, a candidate for the Rolling Kennedy Auto Farm Chevrolet play of the game. Rhodes gets through, tries to split a couple of defenders, got knocked to the ground. I didn't see what happened, but Stacy goes the other way, loses the dribble, tips it up and over the defense to Ellie Brown for the 2. And Rich leads 9-2 after Tabiona took a 2-0 lead. The Rebels are on a 9-0 run. And that brings us to a timeout brought to you by Comprehensive Family Dental and Dr. Sean Grohl. We'll keep it right here. We'll go a little unorthodox tonight and do a Bear Lake Realty fan cam right out of the gate. Rebel band over there rocking it. You've got not all these guys there right now, but members of the Rich High Band include Justin Adams, who's at State Wrestling, Corbin Moldenauer, Capri Curick, Gage Peterson, Josh England, Ryan Leifson, Nathan Woods, and Amicy Nelson. Rebel fans sitting across the way enjoying that 9-0 Rebel run. Now, if you're looking for beachfront or room with a view, secluded mountain retreat, any number of timeshare options, when you work with Bear Lake Realty, you work with the best. Visit bearlakerealty.com. Or call Gary today at 435-946-8888. That's 435-946-8888 for Bear Lake Realty. Well, again, Tabby got those 2 free throws from Abby Rhodes, but so far, again, one of our Thompson Ranch keys of the game is rebounding, win that battle of the boards, and without a doubt, Rich has done that to this point in the first quarter. 4:20 left in the first. They've taken 1 field goal attempt. Tabby has attempted 1 field goal. 4 turnovers, I do have that. On the right side, McKinley Strable to Peyton Lazenby. Follows a screen, left side. Staple poked the ball away, but Lazenby got it back. Looking for something, she finds Strable. No, my mistake. That's Gracie Fabrizio. Pass back to Peyton Lazenby. Doesn't handle the pass and rolls it out of bounds off her foot. 3:55 left in the first quarter. Brought to you by the store in Evanston. Clothing and more. They're next to the Monkey Shines Laundromat up on the north side of town. Wallenstein splits a couple defenders to Staple in the left corner. Drives, dishes into the middle. Brown, it's on the floor. She picks it up. Gives to Stacy. McKenna to her left, into the key. Back to the free throw line. And Sydney Hatch with the jumper. 11-2. Sydney Hatch with 4. Ellie Brown with 4. And the Rebels lead 11-2. That's an 11-0 run. The run continues with the Rebels on top. Abby Rhodes dribbles to her right. Good help defense from Sydney Hatch. Up top, Peyton Lazenby for the triple. Nope. Clunks off the back iron. Kendall Staple, the Rebel rebound. To Stacy. McKenna pushes to the middle, top of the key. Backs it out and sets up the offense. Good job defensively for Tabiona to get back on that Rebel fast break attempt. Stacy starts right, back left. Help defense comes. She'll pull up from the right angle and miss. Rebound, Sydney Hatch. Back outside to Stacy, and the Rebels reset the offense after that offensive board. Stacy on the right wing. Rich will set up a new play with 2:46 left in the first, and a screen. Allie Wallenstein called for her second personal foul. She heads for the bench saying, my jersey was grabbed. I couldn't do anything about it. And I just didn't see it. 2:45 left in the first. Wallenstein's second, Rebel second team foul. And AWOL heads for the bench. Sage Tingy checks into the game. Thanks, Rob. Strable This is McKinley, a sophomore, right side. They go into Bales. One dribble up through the D. She gets it to go, and she's fouled. Cassidy Bales with the and one opportunity, and that ends the 11-0 run that the Rebels were on since Tabby took a 2-0 lead. So Bales with the bucket and has a chance for the three-point play. Cassidy averages almost 6 points a game. A force on the defensive or on the rebound, plus her size inside. Scores about 6 per game. Misses the free throw off the back iron, and Sydney Hatch tips the rebound to herself. That's got to be Sydney's third rebound. A couple of those offensive. And the Rebels lead 11-4. Stacy across the timeline to Tingy on the right wing. Up top, Hatch. Bales giving her space. Cuts back door inside. Stacy for the 2. Pretty pass. Sydney Hatch. Who's that big man for the Denver Nuggets that runs the offense? That was what Sydney Hatch just did. Rhodes on the left side, finds a lane, drives in, up with the left and in. 13-6. Tigers cut it to a 7-point deficit. Is that Jokic? Or Nurkic? I know it's not Dragic or Doncic. Hatch at the free throw line, up and in off the window as the Rebels worked it around 15-6. Sydney Hatch already with 6 points in the ballgame. 1:36 left first quarter. Peyton Lazenby drives. She was fouled on the floor. Basket didn't go, wouldn't have counted if it had. But Peyton Lazenby fouled by Eliana Brown. That's the first non-Allie Wallentine foul of the game for Rich. No, second. We had a foul earlier, didn't we? Into the game, TJ McKee and JC Cornea. Stacy, Tingy, and Hatch stay on the floor. Sydney Hatch with 3 rebounds, 6 points, 3 buckets. Strable to inbound, looking. They don't find anything, and she barely gets it in on time. Stacy reaching in, trying to poke the ball away from Rhodes, who had position, and McKenna picks up her first personal foul. That's 5 Rebel team fouls. 1 to Tabiona. Some Rebel fans not happy with that. Inbound to Rhodes. Drives. Stuffed. Was that one of Sydney Hatch averaging a block per game? I didn't catch if that was her who blocked it or McKenna Stacy. Either way, the Rebels stuff it and come up with the ball. Tingy on the right wing. Looking inside. Stacy posted up. Bales fronting on help defense. Hatch back out to Cornea. And then to TJ. Sage Tingy posted up. She battles with Gracie Fabrizio, and Sage just puts her hands up to make sure she avoids an offensive foul. Back to TJ, dribbles free throw line, kicks it out. Cornea long 2, left angle, rattles in. JC Cornea finds the bottom of the hoop for the first time, and Rich is out to an 11-point lead, 17-6. Rhodes dribbles to her right, finds a lane, stripped away by TJ. It's on the floor. Bales goes to the ground and scoops it up, and the Rebels tie her up for a jump ball brought to you by Mound Valley Cattle Company. Eddie and Todd Jensen out of Thatcher, Idaho. Rebels won the tip. The Saby Trucking opening tip-off, so Tabiona Tiger basketball. Under the hoop, 40 seconds left to go in this first quarter on the Station on Main scoreboard. To inbound, Fabrizio, 5-second violation. Gracie, the sophomore, just couldn't find anybody, and I've got Tabby with 6 turnovers in the first quarter. This first quarter brought to you by the store in Evanston. Clothing and more at the store next to the Monkey Shines Laundromat. Rebels may play for a final shot here unless something opens up big in this first quarter. 30 seconds to play. Right wing, TJ. McKee into the middle. Hatch at the free throw line. 1 dribble. Cornea left wing 3. Ooh, rims in and out. Sage Tingy the offensive board. Dribbles once out, then back in, and she's fouled as she goes up with it. 18.1 seconds left in the second. Sage Tingy with the offensive board and a trip to the Bear Lake Realty free throw line. Sage, second on the team in free throw attempts. Just 10 fewer than McKenna Stacy. Shoots 54%, rattles the first one through. Buy a home. You can rent it out so it pays for itself. Soon you'll have your own beautiful home in Bear Lake. Bear Lake Realty can show you how. Visit bearlakerealty.com or give them a call. Tingy swishes the second one through. She has 2 points. And Rich pushes out to a 13-point lead. 19-6 on the Station on Main scoreboard. Rebels led 15-7 after one at Tabiona. Rhodes dribbles left, gets a screen, finds a lane, drives, swatted by Stacy. Rhodes comes back up with it, swatted by Stacy again. Coach Fabrizio wanted the foul. Stacy comes up with it. Three-quarter, one-handed baseball throw at the buzzer, comes up short. And at the end of the first, the Rebels, after trailing 2-0, outscored Tabby 19-4 the rest of that first 8 minutes. 19-6 on the Station on Main scoreboard. We'll be right back on the Wildlife and MyLocalRadio.com.
Early Oregon-bound immigrants traveled through the Bear Lake Valley. U.S. Highway 30 basically follows the Oregon Trail. Many wagon trains stopped at Thomas L. Pegleg Smith Trading Post, located near Dingle, Idaho, for supplies. One traveler wrote of camping along Cotton Line Bear River, watching grass as tall as a man wave in the wind. Today, you don't have to ride in a wagon to visit Bear Lake Valley, but the rich history is still here to enjoy. Visit bearlake.org for more information.
It's human nature to think the grass is always greener on the other side of the fence. That's not always true, especially when it comes to buying vehicles. This is Dennis Lynch, General Manager at Auto Farm Chevrolet. Dealerships pay the same price for new vehicles across America. The fact is, the best deals are right here, in your own backyard. The difference is that our employees are your neighbors, people you can trust. Please visit us first, Auto Farm Chevrolet. We are your community-driven dealer.
Tabiona struck first. They led 2-0, 2 free throws by Abby Rhodes, but they would only score 4 points more in that first quarter, and Rich would go on an 11-0 run. Rebels lead 19-6 on the Station on Main scoreboard as we start Stacy's Repair second quarter action. Sydney Hatch free throw line, jumper too long, back iron. Sage Tingy a Rebel rebound, and Rich gets a second crack. 19-6, again your score, as we have just started the Stacy's Repair second quarter. Hatch at the free throw line, Rebels working around. Tingy left corner, tries to drive in, kicks it off to Stacy, dodges one defender. Rebels really working it around a lot, but just haven't found an open shot yet. Looks like a 1-2-2 zone defense by Tabiona. Some quick, smart passing will beat this zone. Rebels fake a pass, make a pass, left corner, and McKee excited for the chance to take a three, I think. Looked to shoot before she had the ball in and out of her hands, out of bounds. Tabby basketball. Rebel third turnover. I had Tabby with 6 turnovers in the first quarter, and Rich with a handful of Rich County government steals in that first quarter. Most of the Rebel points came in the Bear Lake Physical Therapy points in the paint, as Rhodes misses from the right block. Cornea with a strong Rebel rebound. Brown, Staple, Hatch, and Cornea combined for 12, 14, 16 points. Stacy, meanwhile, drives through the lane, up and in with the left hand, and Rich leads 21-6. Rhodes, double screen up top. She goes left, loses the dribble, and Tingy defending. Peyton Lazenby out on the left wing. Cornea defending. Lazenby drives in, poked away off Lazenby's legs. It's on the floor. McKee tips it away out of bounds. Tabby basketball. Bales and Lily Lazenby set to check back in for Tabiona. Stacy gets a breather. McKenna with 5 points. That puts her at a total of 969 this season. 5 assists already in this game. Wow, that's impressive. 5 points, 5 assists, couple of rebounds. Inbound, Rhodes, and Lazenby was running out of time, so she hurried one in. Rhodes cut in as Lazenby passed out. Another Tabby turnover makes 7 by my count. 6.5 minutes left in the Stacy's Repair second quarter. Need a repair? Take it to the ones who truly care. That's Stacy's Repair in Woodruff. Tingy looks right, goes left. Staple on the wing, into McKee, left corner. Skips it across inside, looking for Tingy. Deflected away, and Lazenby, I think, was the one that deflected it. Bales came up with it after it ricocheted off the glass. McKee chases down Tabby from behind. It almost chases down Lazenby from behind again. Hot pass left side. Lazenby misses short. That was Lily. Cassidy Bales offensive board. Put back no, but she's fouled. And Cassidy Bales will go back to the line where she's 0 for 1 so far in this game. Bales has 2 points. The foul, Sydney Hatch, I believe, is who they said. Yes, indeed. Hatch with her first personal. Has 6 points. That's already a point better than her per-game average of 5 per game. Bales swishes the first one through. Got a football score, 21-7. Rebels lead by 2 touchdowns. 5:53 left in this Stacy's Repair second quarter. Make sure to stay tuned. We've got a halftime show, a quick post game, and then Rebel boys basketball coming up after this. Bales misses. Brown wrapped up with Lily Lazenby on the rebound for a jump ball. Good hustle by Lily Lazenby to get to the side of Eliana Brown, and Tabiona with the possession arrow pointing their way. Mercedes Rhodes to inbound for Tabby. Looks in, right corner. Peyton Lazenby holds. Looks in, nothing there. Back out to Lily. Up top, Rhodes. Abby follows the screen to her right. Free throw line. Bales inside. Spins in the lane. Cornea comes in and knocks into her. That'll be a foul on J.C. Cornea. And that'll put Bales back at the line to shoot 1-1. Unless I'm giving Rich an extra. No, that'll put Bales at the line. That's already 7 Rebel team fouls. 21-7. Bales tries to change that score as she heads to the line. Tells it, no dribbles from Cassidy Bales. Fires and hits. Back iron and in. Second free throw coming for Cassidy Bales, who is, let's see, I got some scribbles here I got to fix. 2 of 4 from the free throw line so far. To make on the front end, gets her a second. She hits that one as well. Bounces around to the window and in. 21-9. Tigers on a 3-0 run. See if they can keep that rolling or if the Rebels can answer. Tingy in the right corner. Tigers have switched to what looks like a 2-3 zone D. Tingy left baseline, goes up strong. Bales blocks it, out of bounds, Rebel ball. Bales was saying it should be Tabiona basketball. From what I could see, pretty easily and clearly went off of Bales, but I have a great angle. Inbound to Stacy, lobs back in. Brown misses over the top. Bales skies up and rips down the rebound. Dribbles high and out away from traffic. Gives off to Rhodes. Tabiona with the basketball. Left wing, Lily Lazenby. Thinks about a 3. Stacy was there, passes off. Tingy steals it. Rich County Government steal. Sage goes in strong, up with the left, or started right, went back left and put it in with the right hand. Coach Fabrizio thought that Sage pushed off. The officials didn't see it that way, and Sage with her first field goal. Peyton Lazenby in the lane, ball poked away, but dribbles, bounces out to Lily Lazenby. Peyton jumps. Brown gets away with a touch on over the back, or a hit from behind, and Cassidy Bales misses, then she fouls Sage Tingy. Brown really got away with a hit on Bales' head there, and instead Bales picks up her first. Can't help but wonder, you got Rebels with 17 fouls, Tabiona with 3. Are they going to maybe even subconsciously trying to even that out? Staple into the left corner. Tingy fires back door to Stacy, gathers it, puts it up and in with the right hand. Great pass by Tingy, 25-9. Mark that down as a candidate for the precision play of the game. Brought to you by McKay Frankham Dental Services. Tight defense out on the right side. And Lily Lazenby got into some trouble and traveled with it. Third turnover of the quarter for Tabiona. That's 9 in the game. I've got Rich with just 3. Tingy to Kinna on the back door. Got to mark that note down, as that was just a pretty pass from Tingy, and then McKenna did the rest from the right side, off the window and in. McKay Frankham Dental Services precision play of the game candidate. Also looking today for your LSR refrigerated Garden City adjustment of the game. That's LSR refrigerated. Into the middle of the key. Brown fakes a shot, drives, misses just short off the front iron, and Bales the rebound for Tabiona. Gives off to Peyton Lazenby with under 4 to go in the Stacy's Repair second quarter. Quick passing by Tabiona, left baseline jumper. Bales goes up over the top for the rebound, turns, and Stacy steals it. Bales gets in too tight and fouls McKenna. Another Rich County Government steal for McKenna Stacy. She's on pace for like a quadruple double. Bales on pace for double-digit rebounds. That was her 6th rebound moments ago on the offensive glass. 3:37 left to play in the Stacy's Repair second. Wallentine back in there with 2 fouls. Stacy, Brown, Hatch, and Tingy also on the floor for Rich. Long pass to Tingy, down underneath, up left wing. Wallenstein for three, splashes it through. Pretty shot. And the T7 Propane and Woodruff triple puts Rich up 28-9. Up left side, Peyton Lazenby drives right, hooks it up with the right hand off the window. Nope. Rebound tipped, out, tipped again, and off Tabiona, out of bounds, Rebel basketball. One official says, I got it, Rebels tipped it. Dark ball. Stacy was saying that a Tabby Tiger tipped it after she did. I clearly saw McKenna Stacy tip it. The officials discuss it and give it to Tabiona. Out on the right wing. Lazenby gets into some traffic, loses it, scooped up off of Tabiona, out of bounds. Hatch was trying to pull it up, pick it up, and Bales knocked it away from her out of bounds. Tabby putting on some full court pressure. Inbound, Stacy to Tingy. Sage across the timeline to Wallenstein in the right corner. Long pass across the lane, looking for Brown, up too high, in and out of her hands. And Rich turns it over for a fourth time. 28-9. Wallenstein with the T7 Propane and Woodruff three-pointer on the last Rebel possession. Made it a 19-point Rebel lead. Left side, Fabrizio. Gracie holds, gives it to Rhodes, back to Gracie, drives, shot blocked by Sydney Hatch. A candidate for your Rolling Kennedy Auto Farm Chevrolet play of the game. That stuff by Sydney Hatch. Of course, Stacy had 2 blocks on one trip down the court for Tabiona earlier. Sage tries a no-look pass. It ping-pongs around to Stacy. 3-point shot, no, off the back iron. Rebound, McKenna comes up with it for Rich. She'll dribble back out to the left wing. McKenna not having a very good shooting night. But, boy, she's getting her teammates involved. 5 or 6 assists already. Tingy inside, Hatch on the left block, and a foul on the floor as Sage turned, or not Sage, but Sydney. And unfortunately for Tabiona, that's Cassidy Bales' 3rd personal foul, 15 foul on the Tigers. It was 7-1 on the foul count. Closer to even now, 7-5. Stacy to inbound from the baseline. A Crawford Trophy and Randolph inbound play. To Hatch. She'll dribble to her right, kick it back outside. Wallenstein, another triple. No, this one too strong. Rebound tipped out, and Stacy have it. The Rebels are killing it on the offensive glass. Absolutely trashing the Tigers on the offensive boards. Brown, free throw line jumper. Nope, Stacy slices in, pulls down the rebound, and a foul on Sage Tingy. So Stacy was in front, had the rebound. Sage was kind of on the side and behind Peyton Lazenby, I think, or was it Abby Rhodes, who had position for that rebound, at least in front of Sage Tingy. It's unfortunate for Rich because Stacy pulled down that rebound clean and clear. Abby Rhodes to the line to shoot 1-1. She's 2 for 2 so far in the game. McKee checks in, and Rhodes knocks down the first. 28-10. Not too different of a. We had a similar score when Rich played at Tabiona, 24-14 at the half. Rich led by 10. Rebels have been a little bit better offensively and a little better defensively, plus especially on the offensive glass. Rich winning that battle for sure. Rhodes' second free throw, back iron off the front rim, and Ellie Brown rips down the Rebel board. 28-10. Rhodes has 5 points. The Rebels lead by 18 on the Station on Main scoreboard. This is the Stacy's Repair second quarter. McKee high on the right wing to Tingy. Sage bounces to Stacy, left corner, up top, TJ. Good quick closeout by Gracie Fabrizio to prevent the 3-point shot attempt. Stacy in the corner, spins, dribbles the baseline, and a blocking foul as Abby Rhodes ends up on the floor. But the foul charge to Callie Fabrizio, her first, I believe, personal foul. Tigers' 6th team foul, so one more and Rich will be shooting free throws. Mountain Valley Cattle Company inbound play. TJ will trigger it in and goes up top. Stacy had the open 3 for a moment, hesitated, instead drives, floats, misses off the right side, and Peyton Lazenby with the Tiger rebound. Quickly outlet to Mercedes Rhodes, up across the timeline. Mercedes across the top. Abby Rhodes right side, elbow jumper, too strong, high off the window. Rebound, McKenna Stacy for Rich. Up ahead, looking for TJ. Rhodes tips that away, but J.C. Cornea is there for Rich to come up with it. Hands off to Stacy. McKenna It's the call from Coach Lundgren. Under a minute to go in the Stacy's Repair second quarter. Rebels have been slowed down a bit here in the second, and Sydney Hatch misses the free throw line jumper. Stacy the rebound, handoff to J.C. Cornea, and she's fouled to earn a trip to the Bear Lake Realty free throw line. That's another offensive rebound. That's got to be 10 or 12 offensive boards for Rich in this first half, and that's, I think, a low estimate. Cornea at the line, 55% free throw shooter, splashes the first one through. A couple Bear Lake Realty free throws for JC, who has 2 points and a couple of rebounds in the game. Cornea looking for another Bear Lake Realty free throw. Swish to put Rich at 30 points. Doesn't get it, but Staple rips the rebound away from Lazenby. Ball poked away from Staple. She pokes it back and kicks it outside. Stacy for three, top of the key. Nope, back iron. Rebound, Abby Rhodes. Down the right sideline, bumped from behind by McKee, but Rhodes gets the pass off to Callie Fabrizio. Double team. She steps through. Staple comes up with it. McKee up in front. Can she get her the pass? She does, and McKee finishes on the right side. TJ McKee with the two. 17.7 seconds to go in the second quarter. And Coach Jake Fabrizio all the way out, almost to the paint, to talk with the officials. He was asking for a timeout, I think, when Abby Rhodes or Callie Fabrizio was trapped clear down on the Tigers' offensive end of the court. Instead, we get a quick timeout. We'll take a quick one as well, brought to you by Comprehensive Family Dental on the Wildlife and MyLocalRadio.com.
Folks have many reasons to visit Casper, Wyoming every year, whether it's work, high school sports and activities, a romantic getaway, or business meetings. The best place to stay when you're in Casper is the Come On In Hotel and Suites. A beautiful log hotel offers 5 hot tubs, a pool, fitness center, and a fabulous indoor atrium. You can also reserve meeting rooms for your next event, and each stay includes an extended continental breakfast. Reserve your rooms today at the Come On In Hotel and Suites in Casper, Wyoming. Call 307-472-6300.
10 seconds left in the Stacy's Repair second quarter. Tabby playing for the final shot. Rhodes dribbles to her right, up to the right wing with 4, 3, 2. Mercedes Rhodes shoots and just can't quite get it to go at the buzzer. Hit the front iron, rolled over the top and out. 31-10 at the half. The Rebels up by 21 points over the Tabiona Tigers, number 7 in the latest RPI poll. 31-10 at the half. The second quarter has been brought to you by Stacy's Repair. Need a repair? Take it to the ones who truly care. Stacy's Repair in Woodruff. We'll take a quick pause, just a moment for station identification, and then we'll be back with your halftime report on the Wildlife and MyLocalRadio.com.
You're tuned in to Rich Rebel Sports on KADQ Evanston.
You rely on your vehicle every day. Make sure your ride gets the best service, repairs, and maintenance possible. Stacy's Repair in Woodruff provides the highest quality, the latest technology, and the newest equipment to give your vehicle the absolute best auto care available. Family owned and operated since 1992, your friends at Stacy's Repair promise to always deliver value and outstanding, honest, and knowledgeable service, regardless of repair size or difficulty. Stacy's Repair, the ones who truly care.
No matter what you need to have printed, Westar Printing is the place you want to have it done. Calendars, letterhead, envelopes, brochures, books, posters, vinyl banners, business forms, announcements, wedding invitations, and business cards are just a few examples. You can also have your favorite family photos printed on canvas or placed into a personalized family photo calendar. You will want to do business with Westar Printing. Stop in today. Westar Printing, 243 7th Street in Evanston.
The best live coverage of local sports, weather, local news, and radio classifieds. Plus job listings, fun giveaways, and more. It's all on MyLocalRadio.com. Watch live as your high school teams clash with their biggest rivals. Listen to the latest from your team's coaches, catch up on local and regional news, and get accurate weather conditions and forecasts. Visit MyLocalRadio.com, like us on Facebook, and stream it all now.
Whether you're kicking up dust in the hills, making waves down on the lake, or taking advantage of the world's greatest powder, don't just hope to have fun. Take that sled by the handlebars and make your time at Bear Lake epic. Epic Recreation rents equipment and cabins for your vacation fun at beautiful Bear Lake. From watercraft large and small to UTVs, sleds, and more, Epic Recreation has it all to go on-road, off-road, or out on the Caribbean blue water. Book your adventure at epicrecreation.net.
More than 1,300 rural hospitals were evaluated, and for the third year in a row, Bear Lake Memorial Hospital placed in the top 100 for quality as well as best practices and critical access, with a 24-hour emergency department, orthopedics, home health, a residential nursing home, physical therapy, surgical services, family doctors, chemotherapy, dialysis, and more. So, when it comes to your health, make sure you're seen by the best. Bear Lake Memorial Hospital in Montpelier, Idaho. Count on us to care.
Serving Wyoming since 1941, Plains Tire is Wyoming's oldest and largest tire dealer with great locations throughout the state. They'll get you the right tires that offer the best results for your vehicle at the lowest prices, guaranteed. Plus, you can go to any Plains Tire Pro dealer with their nationwide warranty service. And check out their Plains Tire phone app.
Come down and see us at Plains Tires on 157 Bear River Drive for all your automotive needs. Hablamos también español.
Welcome back to Rich High School on senior night. The Rebel girls lead 31-10 at the half. 8 different Rebels have scored, whereas for the Tabiona Tigers, just 2 players have points on the board. Rich with plenty of Bear Lake physical therapy points in the paint, bunches of assists, and they've also taken twice the shot attempts that Tabiona attempted in that first half. A big part of that is offensive rebounds. We'll get into some more details of that with some Town of Randolph highlights right after this on The Wildlife and mylocalradio.com.
Established in 1870, Randolph, Utah is home. Home to the rich rebels, to hardy people of high character, and to values of dedication, honesty, hard work, education, and respect for self and others. Randolph is also home to friendly folks who love their families, their town, and their neighbors. Count yourself a neighbor whenever you visit Randolph, Utah. Mayor Lynn Weston and the Town Council of Randolph wish the rich rebels good luck and invite you to visit anytime.
Super kids deserve super care. Experience the difference with board-certified pediatricians Alan Brown, MD, and Bird Gilmartin, MD, at Uinta Medical Group. Whether it's tracking your child's overall health at Well Child Checks or helping your little ones feel better when they're sick, Dr. Brown and Dr. Gilmartin are here to help your child grow, learn, and thrive. Schedule an appointment with Dr. Brown or Dr. Gilmartin by calling 307-789-WELL 9355 or visit evanstonanytime.com.
Back at Rich High School and your halftime show, including some Town of Randolph first half highlights, brought to you by Mayor Lynn Weston, board members Sim Bell, Brian Wires, Larry Kennedy, Melanie Lim, clerk Lana Peart. And quick update on state wrestling currently. Penguins leads with 109 points. Paiute second, 86. Rich not far behind in third at 72 team points at the state wrestling tournament down in at the Sevier Valley Center in Richfield. Rob, thanks for those score updates on the wrestling. In that first half, here's some, it definitely highlights, the Town of Randolph highlights if you're a Rebel fan, lowlights if you're a Tigers fan. Tabiona attempted 16 field goals, made 2 of those. 0 for 1 from three-point range, 2 of 15 from inside the arc. That's 16 attempts. The Rebels attempted 32 shots, 24 from inside the arc. They made 12 of those. 8 from beyond the arc, made just 1 of those. But, boy, when Rebels shot 50% from inside the arc and attempted twice the field goals that Tabiona did in that first half. Rich with 12 offensive rebounds. Sidney Hatch with 5 boards. McKenna with 8. Rebels also out-rebounded Tabby 22-12 overall. Those are some serious highlights. Rich got some great passing. Stacy with, I think, 5 assists in that first half, maybe more. And found Hatch a couple of times. Rebels got that 3-point shot by AWOL to make it 28-9 late in the second quarter. Tingy found McKenna Stacy on a backdoor cut a couple of times. Hatch found Stacy as well. Just a bunch of the passing, the teamwork, the ball movement for Rich tonight has been very good. And sometimes when you move the ball a lot, especially if you're passing it quickly, you're going to see an elevated number of turnovers, but that wasn't the case. I had Rich with just, I think, 4 turnovers in that first half. Where did my stat sheet go? I had it somewhere. Yeah, I had Rich with just 4 turnovers in that first half, and Tabby with 10. That's again, all those things lead up to a 31-10 halftime lead for Rich. First half highlights brought to you by the town of Randolph. Mayor, board members, and clerk Lana Peart wishing the Rebels good luck. Second half action coming up after this. We'll take a quick break and be back with more on the Wildlife and MyLocalRadio.com. Pam Cornea with Town & Country Realty in beautiful Bear Lake enthusiastically supports the Rich High Rebels.
After all, I raised 4 of them, from football, basketball, wrestling to volleyball. I supported them all. I bleed blue.
The Caribbean of the Rockies, Bear Lake, offers a variety of activities in every season. Pam would love to assist you in finding your own Bear Lake retreat. Call her today, 435-779-0012.
In Rich County, we know that our children are our future. Helping our kids grow into kind, productive adults is a community effort. This is Rolene Kennedy, Auto Farm Chevrolet's Rich County representative, serving my neighbors for more than 20 years. My kids are Rich High School graduates. When you need a vehicle, come and see me, new or pre-owned. I'll always treat you with respect and honesty, the Rich County way. Auto Farm Chevrolet, we're a community-driven dealer. Go Rebels!
This presentation of Rich High School Athletics on MyLocalRadio.com is brought to you by these Rebel Sports Boosters, LSR Refrigerated, and the Walletines in Garden City. Darren, Tricia, and the entire Walletine clan wish the Rebels good luck. And by CAD Answer Technical Services, proudly supporting the Rich Rebels. The staff at CAD Answer Technical Services wish the Rebels good luck on the field, on the court, in the classroom, and in life.
In today's world, with so many places to shop and so many options to choose from, sometimes you have to boil it down to one simple question: where do I get treated the best? At Cash Honda Yamaha in Logan, we work hard to make sure every customer knows how much we appreciate them. We love what we do, and we believe in the products we sell. Our goal is to build a lasting friendship with every customer so we can serve you and your family for generations. Visit us today, Cash Honda Yamaha, 3765 US 91, Hyde Park, Utah. Tabby took a 2-0 lead. Rich went on an 11-0 run, and the Rebels have not looked back. The Rebels outscored Tabby 19-6 in the first, 12-4 in the second, and Rich leads 31-10 at the half on the Station on Main scoreboard. Meanwhile, at state wrestling, again, the Rebels as a team in third place. Corrigan Conk, Keller Sidaway, and Riker Conk all have qualified for the state championship match that will be held tomorrow. Wallentine at their respective weights, I should say. That's Corrigan at 120, Keller at 126, and Riker at 145, 52. Meanwhile, as I'm talking wrestling, Allie Wallentine drains a 3 from the right wing on the Rebels' first possession of quarter number 3, and the Rebels lead 34-10. Wallentine's second T7 Propane and Woodruff triple of the ball game. Peyton Lazenby to Abby Rhodes, free throw line, runs into Wallentine. They both go to the floor. Ball squirts out of bounds, and no foul. Coach Fabrizio surprised that the whistle was just out of bounds. Tabiona basketball, 7:22 left to play in the third quarter. Brought to you by Epic Recreation. For all your rentals in Bear Lake, visit epicrecreation.net. In to Rhodes, back to Lazenby. Shot blocked by Sydney Hatch. That's got to be her third or fourth stuff of this game. She's been huge on the defensive end. Staple, Wallentine, left wing to Stacy. 1-3-1 zone from Tabiona. Not much worked in the first half in the 1-2-2 and man defenses we saw. So they switched to a 1-3-1. Stacy left wing, fakes the shot, tries to drive by the D, cut off. Good defense, and excuse me, they force a turnover. Stacy drove into traffic and got caught. Ball tipped away. Lazenby drives baseline, stops, puts it up and in. Nice little move by Peyton Lazenby for her first field goal of the game. And the deficit for Tabiona drops to 22. 34-12 Rebels on the Station on Main scoreboard. Brown at the free throw line. One dribble. Defense not concerned about her there as Bales came out to defend what would have been a free throw line area jumper. Stacy, left corner, three-pointer. Oh, it rattles out. She hustles in to try and get the board, but Cassidy Bales pulls it in for Tabiona. Stacy just not having a good shooting night, but she's gotten her teammates involved very well with assists and then done a great job on the glass as well. Rebound, Wallenstein pulled it down. A missed shot by Abby Rhodes from the free throw line. And amidst some traffic, Wallenstein couldn't hang on to it, out of bounds to the Tigers. Lily Lazenby to inbound. 5:59 left in the Epic Recreation third quarter, and the Rebels lead by 22. Lily Lazenby with 5-second violation. That's the second one tonight for the Tabiona Tigers. A 5-second violation gives it to Rich. That is the 11th turnover of the game for Tabiona. That's not crazy excessive. It's more than they'd obviously won. But Staple to Stacy in the left corner. Lobs in for Hatch. Sydney turns right and then back to her left and misses short. Bales the rebound. She's close to double digits on the boards. 8 boards. Thanks, Rob. Rhodes across the timeline. Abby backs it out as Stacy matches up man-to-man. Double screen up top and a moving screen. Callie Fabrizio. She just shuffled her feet. It's an easy call. Tabby fans don't like it, and it wasn't a lot of contact, but it wasn't a moving screen. That's the very definition. She moved and screened, and Tabby turns it over. Callie Fabrizio picks up her second personal foul. Wallenstein to Staple, left wing to Stacy in the left corner. Kenna looking inside, looking for Sydney Hatch, and Rebels just kick it back outside. 34-12. Boys game coming up later tonight. Make sure to stay tuned as the Rebels play region action. Stacy dribbles around the defense, lays it up and in on the right side. McKenna with 9. 36-12. Rebels dominating. This third quarter brought to you by Epic Recreation for all your rentals in Bear Lake. Visit epicrecreation.net. Lily Lazenby, right wing, sets up for the three, passes up on the shot, gives to Callie Fabrizio, then Peyton Lazenby, and Peyton dribbles into the defense. Jump ball as Rebels wrap her up. Mountain Valley Cattle Company jump ball brought to you by Eddie and Todd Jensen out of Thatcher, Idaho. So far, your LSR refrigerated adjustment of the game has been the Rebels adjusting to the tempo that they want. They've pushed the tempo when they wanted. They've slowed the pace when they wanted. It's been all Rebel pace. They've controlled that tempo absolutely, unquestionably. Rebels force another turnover and come up with another Rich County Government steal. Rich County Government, Rebels with a championship cause. Staple on the right wing. Right corner, Stacy, just over the top on the three-point attempt. And the rebound to Abby Rhodes. Up to the timeline, starts right, back left, Stacy right with her. Peyton Lazenby follows the screen into the lane, ball stripped away, and a blocking foul on Rich. Allie Wallenstein had a look on her face like, are you kidding me? It's my third foul, and it is. She goes to the talk with the official and asks about what she did wrong or didn't do right. As Peyton Lazenby heads to the line to shoot 2 free throws. Gets the first to go. And Lazenby will shoot a second. Peyton averages 10 points per game, junior year. She scored 9 the last time these teams met. And has another free throw coming. 3 points, misses that one off the iron, and Ellie Brown, good box out, pulls down an easy rebound, uncontested because of that box out. 36-13, 23-point Rebel lead. Staple up to the left wing, gives to Tingy on the right wing. Bounce into Brown in the corner. Back outside, Rebels working around. Staple to Stacy in the left corner. McKenna skips it across to Sage. Tingy drives right side, picks it up, out to Brown in the right corner. Halfway through the Epic Recreation third quarter. Staple takes the three and knocks it down. Kendall Staple with the T7 Propane and Woodruff three-pointer, 39-13. Kendall, I don't think, had attempted a three-point shot this season. No, she had attempted 1, so she's 1 of 2. Tingy reaches in, steals the ball, pokes it, and goes to the other end, blocked and fouled by Abby Rhodes. And Sage Tingy After coming up with the Rich County Government steal, heads to the Bear Lake Realty free throw line. Rhodes picks up her first. And back iron and down in. Sage Tingy, 3 for 3 from the line at the Bear Lake Realty charity stripe tonight. J.C. Cornea checks in. A couple of Tigers into the game as well, including McKinley Strabel and Mercedes Rhodes. Tingy hits the second. She's 4 for 4 at the line tonight. 41-13. Rebels up by 28. 3.5 left in the Epic Recreation third. That'll be a good contest tonight in the boys game. Last time they met, the Tigers at Tabiona beat Rich by 5, 42-37. Is that right? Rob says sure. He's the stat man, not the scores guy. 43-38. 5-point game, but 1 point difference on each side. Bales starts right, spins back to her left. Tingy contests. Ball comes loose, and Sydney Hatch has it. Tingy smiling as she heads up court. Tabby fans wanted a foul, and surprised they didn't get it, quite frankly. And I think Tingy smiling, knowing she got away with one. Coach Fabrizio says, if that's not a foul, I've never seen one before. Free throw line, Rebels working around. Cornea from the free throw line knocks it down, a rattle home. 43-13. Rebel Bear Lake Physical Therapy points in the paint and rebounding are going to be the difference in this game. TJ McKee reaches in and picks up her first foul on the whistle. I've got, look at, so Stacy has not hit a three, so her points are mostly coming in the paint. That's 9 points. Ellie Brown has 4. That's 13. Kendall Staple has the 3 and then a 2-point basket. 6 for Sydney Hatch. J.C. Cornea with 5. Rebels steal and a foul as Peyton Lazenby tries to get it back. 5 Tabiona turnovers in the game. Rebels with at least 20 points in the paint, brought to you by Bear Lake Physical Therapy, helping Rebels get back in the game since 1998. So Lazenby picks up her third. Rebels with the basketball. Tingy on the left wing, 43-13, a 30-point Rebel lead. TJ top of the key to Tingy. Sage looks inside. Annie Peart checked into the game, as did Mackenzie Smith for Rich. The girls' JV game, Rich won 45-18. Get some JV players in there now. Mackenzie Smith in the left corner. A couple of dribbles toward the top. Around to TJ on the right wing. McKee looks right, nothing open. 2:09 left in the Epic Recreation third. Lob inside to Peart. Annie drops it across the lane to Cassidy Bales of Tabiona. Rebels turn it over for a 6th time in the game by my count. Abby Rhodes to the top of the key. Gives to Peyton. Thought about the 3, didn't take it. Instead she drives, floats, and misses. Bales pulls down the board, and she's fouled as she misses the putback. 43-13. Cassidy Bales back to the line where she's 2 of 5, I believe. Rebels take a timeout with 1:50 left in the Epic Recreation third quarter. We'll take a quick one as well, brought to you by Comprehensive Family Dental on the Wildlife and MyLocalRadio.com.
Whether you're kicking up dust in the hills, making waves down on the lake, or taking advantage of the world's greatest powder, don't just hope to have fun. Take that sled by the handlebars and make your time at Bear Lake epic. Epic Recreation rents equipment and cabins for your vacation fun at beautiful Bear Lake. From watercraft large and small to UTVs, sleds, and more, Epic Recreation has it all to go on-road, off-road, or out on the Caribbean blue water. Book your adventure at epicrecreation.net. We take your fun very seriously. That's why we put so much emphasis on training and experience with our mechanics at Cash Honda Yamaha. Whether you're getting it ready for an upcoming season, putting it away for the winter, having routine maintenance, or have a mechanical problem, we want to make sure that when you're ready to have fun with it, it's ready for you. Don't trust your fun to just anyone. Make sure you bring all your service work to Cash Honda Yamaha in Cache Valley.
(43-13) on the station on main scoreboard. Cassidy Bales to the line to shoot 2. I've got Cassidy at 3 of 5 from the line tonight, and she'll shoot 2 more. Has 5 points in the game. Misses off the front iron short, and a second free throw on the way in a moment. the band over there, without a director tonight. Chris Wood's gone, so the guys, the members of the band said, we can do it. And they're rocking it tonight. Cassidy Bales, second free throw. No, back iron and off to Mackenzie Smith, Rebel rebound. So Bales goes 0 for 2 on that trip. 43-13, the score remains. Rebels up by 30. TJ, double, triple team, gets it ahead to Smith. Mackenzie dribbles to her left, picks it up, ball squirts loose. Annie Peart has it between her legs. She's wrapped up in a jump ball. We'll keep it with Rich. Possession arrow to the Rebels. Mound Valley Cattle Company jump ball brought to you by Eddie and Todd Jensen out of Thatcher, Idaho. The Crawford Trough sponsors your inbound plays. They're open tonight until 7. That's a few more minutes. And then tomorrow, 11 to 7 as well. Peart double team, gives off to Cornea, misses the shot from the right block. Rebound tipped out, and Mackenzie Smith comes up with it for Rich. Good hustle. Mackenzie bounces in, a wraparound pass. Cornea shoots, blocked, out of bounds, Rebel ball. Another Crawford Trough and Randolph inbound play. Cornea, Peart, Smith, McKee, and Tingy on the floor. Inbound to Peart. Annie bounces it back out. TJ to the corner, picks it up, skips it across to Cornea, left wing. JC holds and hands to Tingy. Looking back door. She's got TJ pass too high, too hot, and out of bounds. 3 turnovers in the quarter. That's 7 in the ball game. 1:07 left in the Epic Recreation third. Rebels 19 in the first, 12 in the second, 12 so far here in the third. Rhodes across the timeline. Tabiona attacking left to right in this third quarter, brought to you by Epic Recreation. Tabby in the Road Blacks, white numerals. Cornea tips the ball away from Peyton Lazenby, but Strabel comes up with it for Tabby. Out to the right side, pass dangerous, and the Rebels take it away. Miley Strabel. No, that's not Miley. Who's number 2? I don't have a 2 on my roster. Tabiona Tigers number 2 came in, picked up a foul, and checks out. Peyton Lazenby actually was the guilty party, her 4th personal. So let's see, Callie Fabrizio checks back in. You got Fabrizio, Bales, Abby Rhodes, along with Mercedes Rhodes and Lily Lazenby out there for Tabiona. Rich just put in Brittany Lamborn. So J.C. Cornea, Mackenzie Smith, Annie Peart, and T.J. McKee also out there for the Rebels. Mackenzie on the left wing, couple of dribbles, then hands to T.J. 30 seconds left in the Stacey's Repair third quarter. This is the Epic Recreation third quarter. I'm about a quarter behind in my mind. Brittany Lamborn with it on the top of the key. Looks to her right, gives free throw line. Peart back outside. TJ finds a lane, lobs it right side. Peart one dribble and misses over the top, but was fouled. And Peart goes to the line to shoot 2. Well, it smells like the Crawford Trough in here. Somebody just brought some fries or something from the Crawford Trough, and now I'm hungry for dinner. So Annie Peart to the line to shoot 2. And she knocks down the first, back iron and down through. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 different Rebels have scored. That may be, let me check here. Peart, that was her 3rd free throw attempt in varsity action. She's hit 2 of those 3. Another Bear Lake Realty free throw coming. Peart misses that one. Rebound. She fights for it. Tabby saves it. What a diving effort by Mercedes Rhodes. And Coach Fabrizio, did he get the timeout he was asking for? No, a Rebel foul on Brittany Lamborn will keep the ball with Tabiona. We had a scrum for it. A lot of players diving to the floor to try and get it. 44-13. Tigers roll it in. Rhodes picks it up at the half court. Up ahead, Annie Peart steps in front like a free safety. Picks it off. 3-2. Launches at the buzzer. Misses. Rebound comes down. Not enough time for Rich to do anything with it. And at the end of the Epic Recreation third quarter, the Rebels lead 44-13 on the station on main scoreboard. This third quarter has been brought to you by Epic Recreation. For all your rentals in Bear Lake, visit epicrecreation.net or find them on Facebook and make your vacation an epic one to remember.
We take your fun very seriously. That's why we put so much emphasis on training and experience with our mechanics at Cash Honda Yamaha. Whether you're getting it ready for an upcoming season, putting it away for the winter, having routine maintenance, or have a mechanical problem, we want to make sure that when you're ready to have fun with it, it's ready for you. Don't trust your fun to just anyone. Make sure you bring all your service work to Cash Honda Yamaha in Cache Valley.
When do you schedule doctor appointments?
In bed before I fall asleep. In the car waiting to pick up my kids.
We can even do it after breakfast.
We all lead busy lives. Online appointment scheduling puts you in control. In just 90 seconds, you can make an appointment with a primary care provider or specialist at evanstonanytime.com. Select the day and time most convenient for you. Enter some basic information, and just like that, you're scheduled for care. Schedule appointments for next day and beyond at evanstonanytime.com.
(44-13), Rebels lead as we start fourth quarter action, brought to you by Bear Lake Memorial Hospital. Count on us to care. Bear Lake Memorial Hospital. Taylor Cornea, Brittany Lamborn, TJ McKee, Mackenzie Smith, and Annie Peart on the floor for Rich. And Peart comes up with her second Rich County government steal of the game already. She just got in and has taken it away from Tabby the last 2 times down the court. TJ McKee, three-point shot, rattles out. Fight for the board and a jump ball between Bales and Lamborn. Possession arrow, Rich Rebels. That's a Mound Valley Cattle Company jump ball brought to you by Eddie and Todd Jensen out of Thatcher, Idaho. And into the game comes Taylor Thomas, a freshman for Tabiona. Callie Fabrizio gets a breather. Taylor Cornea to inbound. And she got a little overzealous, stepped forward and inbounds. So the Rebels turn it over for an 8th time in the game overall. You talk about one of our Thompson Ranch keys of the game was play fast, but don't hurry and limit turnovers. Rebels have done both those things well. Lamborn gets a little too tight on the defense and picks up her second personal foul. Rebel 5th team foul. 44-13, inbound to Abby Rhodes. Rebel JV team 145-18. That's about what we've got on the floor right now, I think, for both teams, other than maybe Peyton Lazenby and Cassidy Rhodes. Lazenby on the right wing. Peyton gives to Lily. Looks for a pass. Finally dishes it off to Peyton. Lamborn pokes it away. Picks her pocket. A Rich County government steal. Cornea across the timeline. Skips it right side to TJ. Goes up high and retrieves the pass. Backs it out to the right corner and then up to the top of the key. Tabby in a man-to-man defense. TJ takes advantage. Drives the lane. Up with the right hand. Missed, but she was fouled. And TJ heads to the line to shoot. No, on the floor. No shots. That's a 6-team foul on Tabiona. Lily Lazenby's first personal. Miley Strable checks into the game, I think for the first time, unless I'm mistaken. As Taylor Cornea sets up for the Crawford Trough and Randolph inbound play to Mackenzie Smith, left baseline 10-footer, over the top air ball. Rebel rebound, though. And Taylor Cornea backs it out to reset. Hand off to TJ. 6:50 left. The Bear Lake Memorial Hospital fourth. Taylor, top of the key. Peart to a cutting TJ, up with the left hand and in. McKee with 4 points, and that bucket makes it 46-13 on the Station on Main scoreboard. Stay tuned in the post-game show. We'll do a quick Jimmy John's Freaky Fast recap. Rhodes pulls up in the lane and misses. Peyton Lazenby offensive board and is fouled on the putback. Did not get the shot to go, but she'll shoot 2 free throws. Amanda. Did they say 13? Oh, I thought she said 14. It was 13. That's TJ McKee with the foul. So Lazenby's first off the right side of the iron to the glass and clunks out. 6:28 left. The Bear Lake Memorial Hospital fourth quarter. Our points in the paint tonight have been brought to you by Bear Lake Physical Therapy, helping Rebels get back in the game since 1998. We'll have your Jimmy John's Freaky Fast recap, McKay Frankham Dental Services Precision Play of the Game, and more coming up in the post-game show. Lazenby swishes the second one through, 46-14, a 32-point Rebel lead. Again, Rich won at Tabby, 55-28. Mackenzie Smith dribbles into the key, dishes off. Lamborn fights through the defense, puts the shot up, misses, but she's fouled. And Brittany Lamborn heads to the Bear Lake Realty free throw line. Foul to Mercedes Rhodes. I've got that as her first, 6th team foul for the Tabby Tigers. Barring an epic, not epic recreation, but an epic comeback in this one for Tabiona, the Rebels will improve to 17-3 and likely hold on to their top spot in the RPI. Tabby will drop to 12-7. Probably won't drop anywhere in the latest RPI after losing to the number 1 team. Lamborn hits the free throw. A lane violation, but count the basket. The violation was against Tabiona, so the official clears that with the scores table. If Lamborn had not made the free throw, she'd get to shoot it again. Rebel starters to check back into the game in a moment. All 5's lineup change. Into the middle, and Lamborn strips it away. A dive for it on the sideline. Taylor Thomas can't control it, and the Rebels force a 3rd turnover of the 4th quarter, 18th of the ball game by my count. So Stacy, Wallenstein, Staple, Tingy, and Brown back into the ball game. Madison Rhodes checks into the game. You got Maddie, Mercedes, and Abby. Abby not on the floor at the moment. Rebels across the timeline, attacking right to left in this Bear Lake Memorial Hospital 4th quarter. Staple follows a screen into the lane, up with the left hand and in. Kendall Staple, a career-high 7 points tonight, 49-14, Rebels lead. Down to the left side, Lazenby just misses. Brown pulls down the rebound, just reaches high. Wallenstein long pass ahead to Stacy, mishandles it, passes it back as it was a little too far out in front, and the Rebels turn it over. Tingy whistled for the foul as she reaches out, pleading to the official, no, please, no. That's what it looked like. But Tingy commits her 2nd personal foul. Coach Lundgren will send another lineup change in. Rebel starters in there for a moment, and then they'll check right back out. Probably done for the day with 5.5 left to go. Stacy finishes with 9. A senior night. Rebels, I think more than anything, Coach Lundgren wanted to give the fans a chance for the applause for those starters, for those seniors. Sage Tingy had 6. Allie 6 points. At the line, Peyton Lazenby shooting 1-1 and gets the first to go. That's a 7th team foul on the Rebels. Let's see. Ellie Brown had 4, Kendall Staple 7, Sydney Hatch 6, J.C. Cornea 5. A lot of different Rebels in on the scoring tonight. Lazenby a 2nd free throw splash, 49-16. Lazenby a nice second half, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 points after she didn't score in the first half. TJ across the timeline, pushing the tempo up to Mad Dog Maddie Weston. Free throw line back to Taylor Cornea. Finds a lane, drives, and puts it up and in with the left hand. Taylor Cornea attacking, finishes 51-16. Rebels lead by 35. Up inside, left side, Maddie Rhodes misses, wide open. It was a good pass by Mercedes Rhodes, but Maddie Rhodes misses the shot. TJ drives in the defense, dishes off. J.C. Cornea with the finish. Cornea playing with some of her teammates that she's grown up with. 53-16, 3-point shot. Peyton Lazenby off the window and in. 53-19. Some furious scoring here down the stretch. Lazenby with her 2nd field goal of the game. Tabiona did not make a field goal in the entire 2nd quarter, and Lazenby just fouled out. Trying to take the ball away from Ambria Lutz. Lazenby finishes her night, 4:35 left in the Bear Lake Memorial Hospital 4th quarter. She had 3 points in the 3rd, 6 here in the 4th, 9 points in the game. That is about at her average of 9.6 per contest. So to the line goes Ambria Lutz for Rich. Ambria just checked in a moment ago and shoots 1-1, misses the front end, rebound Tabiona. So Lutz misses the front end and does not get another Bear Lake Realty free throw attempt. Rhodes, right side, runs into Maddie Weston, and a charge call. Tabby fans furious about that call. As Abby Rhodes, and the official, with the angle that he had, he says Abby Rhodes had lowered the shoulder and threw an elbow out. Rhodes, I think, got the worst end of it. Maddie Weston kind of smiling and shaking her head. The fans in the stands to my, or the officials in the stands to my right, telling the officials on the court they need to have a referees conference and talk about things. And the official will talk with Coach Fabrizio. He's fired up. The official gives him a bit of a warning. I mean, I can see why they don't like it, but to me it looked like Maddie Weston had position. I couldn't tell whether she initiated the contact or not. Rebels to inbound. Lutz goes to Cornea. Back to Lutz. Ambria turns to her right and pushes across the timeline. Tabby pressing with time running down. Lutz goes all the way to the hoop and misses. Callie Fabrizio, the Tabiona rebound, she's fouled as she comes down. And the foul to Ambria Lutz. That'll put Fabrizio at the line to shoot 1 and 1. See some tempers flaring here as Tabiona was hoping for a different outcome. Without question there, 53-19. Rebels on top big. Callie's first free throw, back iron, and misses long. A long rebound to Ambria Lutz of the Rebels. 53-19, the score remains. TJ drives the lane, pushed in the back, doesn't get the layup to go. But Mackenzie Smith with the offensive board does get it to go back up and in. 55-19. Rebels scored 55 at Tabiona, and we're just barely midway through this Bear Lake Memorial Hospital fourth quarter. Free throw line high off the window, no, by Mercedes Rhodes. Rebel rebound. TJ directing some traffic as she crosses the timeline. Rebels attacking right to left. McKee backs it out a bit to Cornea. Inside, Smith had position. Perfect pass, led her right to the hoop, and Smith finishes on the right side. 57-19, the Rebels lead. A 39-point lead. Right wing three-pointer off the back iron by Mercedes Rhodes. Long rebound. Tigers have it. Again to Mercedes. Inside. Weston gets away with what looked like a reach in. Tigers come up with a loose ball, though. Rebels going for steals. Mercedes Rhodes. Cornea tipped it away. Diving to the floor is Strabel. Comes up with it on the floor. Taylor Cornea has it, and a scrum jump ball. Possession arrow, Tabiona Tigers. Mountain Valley Cattle Company jump ball brought to you by Eddie and Todd Jensen out of Thatcher, Idaho. Rebels with 57. Their highest scoring output this season was, I think, 62 in the win over Valley. No, 63 against Saratoga. 64 against ICS just last week. Right corner three off the front iron. Offensive rebound for Tabby. Passed back out. It was deflected, but the Rebels hustle and pull it in. Ambria Lutz across the lane. Lamborn hands off to Cornea. A loose ball. Lamborn tries to save it. She's out of bounds. Tiger basketball. So teams exchanging turnovers. That's 10 for the Rebels. I've got 19 for Tabiona. And Rich leads 57-19 on the station on main scoreboard. Left side. Fabrizio up top. Rhodes around on the right side to Strabel. Tries the pass, deflected, and Tigers come back up with it. Into the middle. Callie Fabrizio, one dribble up with the right hand. Misses off the window. Brittany Lamborn the rebound for Rich. Up ahead to Cornea. Long pass to Smith, right block, shot blocked out of bounds. Swatted away, Rebel basketball for a Crawford Trough in Randolph inbound play. Crawford Trough, the place to eat and drink. Open tomorrow 11 a.m. to 7 p.m. for lunch and dinner. They're also open Wednesdays for lunch 11 to 2, and then Thursdays through Saturdays 11 to 7. Taylor Cornea to inbound, 2.5 left in the Bear Lake Memorial Hospital fourth. Goes to Smith, wide open left side, misses off the window on the left, and Kylie Bagley, Tabiona senior, pulls down a rebound. Her first appearance in tonight's game. Long pass up the right side and in and out of the hands of the Tigers. Maddie Weston comes up with the Rich County government steal. Up to Lamborn, right side, one dribble up and in. Lamborn has 3, and the Rebels push it up to a 40-point lead, 59-19. Right side, Strabel drives into Smith. McKenzie with good defense, hands straight in the air, blocked the shot. Rebels pull down the rebound and bring it across the timeline. Under 2 minutes left to play in this Bear Lake Memorial Hospital fourth quarter, and the Rebels will go on to win. Lutz, long three-point attempt. Smith pulls down the rebound on the miss, but looks for Maddie Weston and throws it away. Coach Lundgren will send the seniors back in for this is their final time playing on this court. So despite a big lead, Coach Lundgren wants these girls to be on the floor for the final minute and a half. That's Ellie Brown, Kendall Staple, Allie Wallenstein, and Sydney Hatch. Left wing. Kick it around. Strabel to the right corner. Long two, attempted by number 2, who's not on the roster for Tabiona. Not sure who that is. She missed. Rebels have the rebound. Hey, Darren, who's number 2? Cadence Bagley. Thank you. Number 2 is Cadence Bagley. Rebels with the basketball. Taylor Cornea down to just over a minute left to play. Splits a couple defenders. She's tripped up inadvertently by McKinley Strable coming over to help on defense, and that'll put Cornea on the line. They say a 33, but there is no 33 on the floor. Just a mistake by the official, I think. So this, yeah, thanks. It is number 32, McKinley Strable. Taylor Cornea at the line, shooting 2 on the double bonus, misses the front end. Taylor, that was her first free throw attempt in varsity action. One more coming at the Bear Lake Realty charity stripe, and Cornea can't get that one to go either. Back iron and out. 59-19 the score remains. 60 seconds to play. Tabby pushing up to the right wing. Strable. Knuckleball three-point shot. Misses short. Cadence Bagley gets the rebound for Tabiona, and she's fouled on the putback. And Kendall Staple, who almost went the 32 minutes without committing a foul, picks one up with 52.3 left to play. And to the line, Cadence Bagley to shoot 2. That's 9 Rebel team fouls. Bagley, back iron, and no. Stay tuned. The Rolling Kennedy shot and play of the game coming up in our post-game show. We'll also have your LSR refrigerated adjustment of the game, a real quick girls post-game show, and then we'll jump into boys pre-game coverage. Bagley's second free throw, back iron and out. Ellie Brown, the Rebel rebound. She's got to be close to, 6-7 rebounds in the game? 5. You know how I like it, Rob. I always give them 1 or 2 extras. 5 boards. Rebels almost turn it over. Staple picks it up and gives off to Wallenstein. Allie weaves around some traffic. Double team comes. Give up to Cornea. Taylor to Staple. Fakes a pass. 28 seconds to play. Strable reaches in, almost trips Staple, but she dribbles past the defense. Sydney across to Wallenstein. AWOL backs it out with 18-17. Fakes right, dribbles left. Rebels just looking to work out these final few seconds off the clock. Strable comes out, defends again. Staple dribbles through some traffic, weaves away from pressure. Brown down in the right corner. And Rich is successfully able to dribble out the final 60 seconds of time, and Rich wins 59-19, a 40-point win for the Rebel varsity team on senior night. The Rebels win big over rival Tabiona, 59-19 on the Station on Main scoreboard. Stay tuned, your post-game coverage coming up in just a bit. This has been the Bear Lake Memorial Hospital fourth quarter on the Wildlife and MyLocalRadio.com.
More than 1,300 rural hospitals were evaluated, and for the third year in a row, Bear Lake Memorial Hospital placed in the top 100 for quality as well as best practices and critical access, with a 24-hour emergency department, orthopedics, home health, a residential nursing home, physical therapy, surgical services, family doctors, chemotherapy, dialysis, and more. So, when it comes to your health, make sure you're seen by the best. Bear Lake Memorial Hospital in Montpelier, Idaho. Count on us to care.
You rely on your vehicle every day. Make sure your ride gets the best service, repairs, and maintenance possible. Stacy's Repair in Woodruff provides the highest quality, the latest technology, and the newest equipment to give your vehicle the absolute best auto care available. Family owned and operated since 1992, your friends at Stacy's Repair promise to always deliver value and outstanding, honest, and knowledgeable service, regardless of repair size or difficulty. Stacy's Repair, the ones who truly care.
At beautiful Bear Lake, skiing, snowmobiling, sailing, and swimming are just some of the fun activities offered to recreationists. The Greater Bear Lake Valley offers prime hunting and fishing areas, whether it's trout fishing in the streams or ice fishing for Cisco on the lake, hunting deer or seeking elk along the high mountain ridges. The scenic corner of Utah and Idaho offers outdoor recreation and historical interests away from crowds and high prices. Visit bearlake.org for more information.
Welcome to the post-game show on KADQ. The Rebels with a dominant win over the Tabiona Tigers, and we'll give you some more details now on the Jimmy John's Freaky Fast recap at 113 Front Street in Evanston. That's Jimmy John's, where fresh and fast meet. We've got senior night stuff coming up, but first, the Jimmy John's Freaky Fast recap. Rebels against the Tabiona Tigers had beat Tabby 55-28 at Tabiona. The Tigers jumped out to a 2-0 lead right out of the gate. 2 free throws by Abby Rhodes, but then It was all Rebels after that. Rich outscored Tabby 59-17 the rest of the way, including an 11-0 run there in the first quarter. Rich led by 21 at the half, held Tabby to just 9 points in the second half, 10 points in the first half, and Rich earned the win 59-19. 12 different Rebels scored in the game, and Rich forced 19 Tabiona turnovers unofficially en route to that 59-19 victory. That's your Jimmy John's Freaky Fast Recap, 113 Front Street in Evanston, where fresh and fast meet. Now, we got to move along quickly in our post-game coverage. We got Rebel boys pregame starting as both teams are out on the floor warming up. So, real quickly, your LSR refrigerated in Garden City adjustment of the game. Boy, Rebels shot 50%, attempted 56 shots. Tabiona shot 12% from the floor, hit just 4 field goals on 30 shot attempts. Rich shot almost twice the shot attempts that Tabiona did and had 20 offensive rebounds. That's incredible numbers for the Rebels, and goes to show how they dominated 59-19. All right, your LSR refrigerated adjustment of the game for Rich was adjusting to Tabiona trying to slow the tempo, keep a lower, slower pace. Rich didn't allow that to happen, and that's your LSR refrigerated adjustment of the game. They adjusted to what the defense gave them and played the tempo that they wanted. That LSR refrigerated is Darren, Tricia, and the entire Wallenstein family wishing the Rebels good luck. The Rolling Kennedy at Auto Farm Chevrolet shot and play of the game, brought to you by Auto Farm Chevrolet, a community-driven dealership. That shot and play, well, the play came in the first quarter. Rebels, McKenna Stacy found Sydney Hatch. It was one of those drive and dish, and I don't know how she got the pass past or through the defense, but Stacy made a perfect pass, dished it off to Hatch, and Sydney did the rest. Wide open layup on the right side. That put Rich up, what was that, 7-2 at the time. That's your Rolling Kennedy play of the game. Rolling Kennedy shot of the game. I think we're going to give that to Kendall Staple, the three-pointer in the third quarter. At the time, it put Rich up 39-13. So Kendall's triple in the third, the Rolling Kennedy shot of the game. And the McKay Frankham Dental Services precision play of the game. That came in the second quarter as Sage Tingy had the ball on the left wing. McKenna Stacy cut backdoor on the opposite side of the basket, and Tingy made a long pass that just missed the hoop and dropped into McKenna Stacy, who finished on the right side. It was a backdoor cut and a nice pass to the backdoor for the basket. That put Rich up 25-9 at that point. Pretty pass, good finish. Precision play of the game brought to you by McKay Frankham Dental Services in Evanston. That's 170 Arrowhead Drive, number 1 in Evanston. All right, that'll do it for your post-game coverage of Rebel girls basketball. We've got Rebel boys action coming up in a moment. We're going to take a quick pause, and we'll start your Gary H. Tusher CPA pregame show right after this on the Wildlife and MyLocalRadio.com.
Two of the things you work hardest for in life are your family and your money. Taking care of the money you earn is an important part of taking care of your family. Gary Tusher, CPA of Montpelier, Idaho, is a rancher who's also provided professional tax preparation and financial services for more than 30 years.
When it comes to taxes and your money, make sure it's handled the best way possible. Call me today, 208-847-2601.
Welcome to the pregame show of Rebel Boys Basketball, brought to you by Gary H. Tusher, CPA, for all your accounting needs. It's tax time. Contact Gary Tusher today. You can visit them, GaryTCPA.com, or call 208-847-2601. Let's jump into your scene set real quick, brought to you by J-Bar Excavation, the team, the tools, and the experience for your excavation project. J-Bar Excavation. Rebels come in, they moved up a spot to number 16 in the latest RPI. That was actually earlier today that was updated, and Rich scoring 46 points a game, allowing 58.5, almost 59 points per contest, but that's improved tremendously over the course of the last 8 games. In fact, the first 8 games, the Rebels were allowing 60 points and scoring 40. In the last 8 games, they're still allowing 60, but they're scoring 50 points per game. That's a 10-point per game improvement, and they look to keep that going. Part of that is that they're turning the ball over 5 times fewer per game on average. Now, here's another item to consider. As the Rebels are just 2-14 overall, 1-4 in the region, their opponent's win percentage is .597, almost a .600 win percentage. And according to the Max Preps strength of schedule number, Rich is second only to Bryce Valley in strength of schedule at a -1.5. Contrast that with Tabiona Tigers, number 10 in the RPI, scoring 48, allowing 46, 10-8 overall, 3-0 in 1A Region 22. But that's only against Rich and Mount Vernon. They've swept Mount Vernon, and they beat Rich at Tabiona last month. But Tabiona with a .463 win percentage and a -8.1 strength of schedule. So all that really doesn't mean a lot, because what we're really looking at is what happens on the court here tonight. Tabiona Tigers, coached by Lee Gines in his 38th year at the head of the Tigers program. He's won 3 state titles, 97, 99, and last year, 2019. They beat Rich in the semifinals to get to that title matchup with Penguich, where they won. That's your scene set, brought to you by J-Bar Excavation, the team, the tools, and the experience for your excavation project. Quick update on the Rebels at state tournament in wrestling. Penguich in first place as a team. Milford has climbed into second at 102, Paiute third, 100 points. And Rich, that's a tight field right there for second, third, and fourth. 102 for Milford, 100 for Paiute, 96 for Rich. At 120, Corrigan Conk is in the finals. Keller Sitaway at 126 in the finals. Riker Conk at 148. Colton Hislop at 170 and Jaden Rao at 182, all advancing to the finals. Rob, thanks so much for that info on the wrestling. This is the Gary H. Trisher CPA pregame show. We'll hear from each of the coaches real quickly when we return on the Wildlife and MyLocalRadio.com. Every excavation project requires the professionals, the equipment, and the strategy to get the job done right. J-Bar Excavation in Randolph, Utah has the team, the tools, and the plan to execute every phase of your project to create exactly what you're looking for. They have the machinery and the experience to provide quality work that fits your schedule and your budget. Call them today, 435-793-5855. J-Bar Excavation, 90 North Main, Randolph. With Lee Gines of the Tabiona Tigers. Coach, you feeling good about your season right now? Number 10 in the RPI, 10-8, a winning record.
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good. We're actually, I'm hoping that we can move up a little bit in the RPI, but it's no easy task with coming here to Rich, and then we got a couple of tough games coming up. So staying at number 10, we'd like to move up, but you got to win some games to do that.
You seeing some improvement out of your team?
I am. I'm pretty pleased with the improvement we're making each week. We're playing some good basketball right now. If we can just put 4 quarters together, seems like we have a little letdown somewhere in the game, and hopefully we can correct that and play 4 full quarters.
When you hosted Rich a few weeks ago, you beat them by 5. Do you see things that you need to do better tonight, maybe at Rich, to win?
Well, yeah, it was a low-scoring game, and I think it was just, the familiarity between Rich and Tabiona has a lot to do with the low-scoring game. So I'm expecting to be low-scoring tonight, and hopefully we can make some shots and push out a little bit on Rich. But we know they're getting better, and it's going to be a tough ball game for us here at Rich.
Coach, anything else you want to touch on?
No, just play hard and go Tigers.
Lee Gines of the Tabiona Tigers. Thanks for your time, Coach. Good luck the rest of the way.
Thanks.
Thanks so much, Coach Lee Gines of the Tabiona Tigers. This is the T7 Propane and Woodruff Coaches Show. We'll hear from Rebel Coach Ashley Brown right after this on the Wildlife and MyLocalRadio.com.
You're tuned in to Rich Rebel Sports on KADQ Evanston.
When T7 Propane in Woodruff, Utah is your propane supplier, you get reliable, safe, and professional propane service. And that's not all. T7 Propane offers years of expertise, quality product, and the most responsive propane service in the area. For home or other heating needs, cooking, grilling, motor fuel, and more, count on the team at T7 for professional or business propane needs. Call 435-793-4208. That's 435-793-4208.
With Ashley Brown of the Rich Rebel boys basketball team, Coach, a tough one last Friday at ICS. That first half offensively for them, what do you do against that?
We struggled because they were shooting the ball really well, and so we tried to put more pressure on them on the perimeter, and then they went around us and laid it in. So when teams shoot like that against you, it's pretty hard to stay in the game, and, they got a pretty good lead in the first half, and, and they were able to win.
What happened at Tabiona that you think you need to do differently to beat them here?
There were just times that we didn't rebound, and then we didn't play defense on a few possessions. We didn't contest some threes that they made. We have to give ourselves extra opportunities by rebounding and getting the ball inside more than we did at Tabiona. It's a game that we need to win. We need a couple of wins to boost our RPI a little bit so we get a home playing game, and so that'll be the focus. And I think the kids understand that they got to win in order to get a home playing game, so that's what we'll be concentrating on.
Do you feel like that slower tempo defensive type game like you had at Tabiona favors you or them? Would you like to pick up the pace a little more?
If you look at Tabby's scores, lots of their scores are lower, so, it probably favors us a little more if we get out and go and make them run a little bit with us. But hopefully if it is a slower game and, we score less points, hopefully we can still come out with a win.
Ashley Brown of the Rich Rebels, did you have the Chiefs or the Niners? Who'd you pick?
Well, I wanted the Chiefs, but I don't like either one of them, so...
Thanks for your time, Coach. Good luck with the Tigers and the Pirates this weekend.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks so much, Coach Ashley Brown. It's senior night here at Rich High School. I should mention your pregame coaches show has been brought to you by T7 Propane in Woodruff. And Coach Bill Cornea being honored tonight as part of senior night. He's been a part of the Rich High School basketball program for 30, 40 years and just retired after last season. He gets a round of applause, a plaque, some hugs from coaches. And boy, anybody who's familiar with Rich High School should well know how much of a part of the Rich High School program Bill Cornea has been the basketball team. Thank you. Where's your lanyard?
We all know what Ryan has meant to this program.
Oh, shoot. Don't do that. They're going to break the camera. Thank you. Thank you. Well, the team's saying thank you to me, and I sure appreciate that. That means a lot. Thank you. Well, I think the bigger focus should certainly go to the Rebels and the seniors. The girls just finished up a dominant win over Tabiona, 59-19, and there are 4 Rebel seniors on that team. Now, Tabiona Tigers have a couple of seniors to celebrate as well in Cassidy Bales and Kylie Bagley. And Bales, a good game tonight, had 8 or 9 rebounds in the losing effort for 10 rebounds in the losing effort for Tabiona. So congratulations to those seniors from Tabiona. They'll, I think, have senior night festivities next week. Rebels giving the Tabiona Tigers seniors a flower as well. The Rebel seniors, and I'll kind of narrate this as you're watching online at mylocalradio.com. If you're listening on KADQ, I invite you to turn on mylocalradio.com and see this. The Rebels seniors include Eliana Brown, daughter of John and Nellie Brown. And you see there Ellie receiving is that a lei? Like a Rich Rebel, some kind of basketball lei? Also, Sydney Hatch, daughter of Russell and Joelle Hatch. Rebel senior has been a part of this program, rebounding. Boy, this year has really come on strong defensively. Kendall Staple, daughter of Chris and Shelly Staple. Kendall, a career high tonight. 7 points for the Rebels in her final game on the home floor. Allie Wallentine, daughter of Darren and Tricia Wallentine. And boy, Allie, she's got the attention of every other coach in the state with her three-point shooting. Allie Brown has been a monster on the boards this year. And boy, without those 4 seniors, there's no way the Rebel girls are sitting at 17-3 this season. They just improved to that 17-3 mark with a 59-19 win over Tabiona tonight. And boy, congratulations to those Rebel seniors. some Tabiona boys. There's a few of them. It's a program for Tabiona that won the state title last year, graduated a lot of guys, would bring back some good experience and seniors this year. In number 10, Colton Iverson. Number 15, Dawson Allred. Number 22, Ashton Ulrich. Number 24, Roper Jones. And number 1, Caden Curry, all senior. Roper Jones, the younger brother of Dusty Jones, who was a prominent player for the Tigers a few years ago. And got to admire Roper Jones and his work ethic. He's always been undersized, but oversized heart, I think. And then Caden Curry, the late mention there. So those seniors for the Tabiona Tigers. And Rebel seniors, just 2 seniors on the boys program this year. One of them just moved in this summer. And Alex Bell is they joined the team, hadn't ever played really organized basketball prior to this year, and frankly hasn't gotten a lot of varsity time, but has contributed to this team, stuck it out through the hard work, the good and the bad in practice. And that's Alex Bell, son of Jen and Cameron Bell. And then Kyler Wilson, son of Dale and Kim Wilson. Proud Rebel all his life. And when he shoots the ball well, the Rebels tend to do a lot better offensively. Now, those are your seniors for the Rich Rebel boys, Alex Bell and Kyler Wilson. Let's jump real quickly. The Laketown Ledger brought to you by the town of Laketown. Rebels a 25-8 advantage over Tabiona, but recently it's been a split. Rebels lost earlier this year, swept Tabiona the year before, or last year in the regular season, but lost in the semifinals against Tabiona, which went on to win the state title. Rich also won 16 of 17 from 2009-10 through 2017-18, but Rebels have dominated this matchup for the most part until the last couple of years. Again, 25 wins, 8 losses. That's your town of Laketown Ledger. Good luck to the Rebels from the mayor and town council of Laketown. That's your, let's see. While they're honoring some coaches and mentioning parents and things like that, let's jump into your Thompson Ranch keys of the game. For the Rebels, got to win the battle of the boards. Number 2, take care of the basketball. The rock is gold. Rebels have to treat it like gold. The golden rule. And number 3, play a complete game, that full 32 minutes. A great third quarter last week at ICS almost was enough for Rich to compete with ICS, but they didn't play consistently enough to win that game. So they got to play a complete game tonight against Tabiona. Old Chicago Pizza pregame slice. The Rebels will be in the home whites. Tabiona in the road purples with white numerals. And Tabiona across the chest. And a good crowd tonight here for senior night. The band out across the way. The bleachers to our left and right full. Rebel fans to our left. Tiger fans to our right. And the bleachers across the way just about full with Rebel fans as well. An exciting and a fun senior night tonight as the Rebels hosting the Tabiona Tigers. That's your Old Chicago Pizza pregame slice. Old Chicago Pizza in Logan. Stop in at 795 East, 1400 North in Logan. Pizzas and more built from scratch. One delicious fresh ingredient at a time. Yeah. And they just honored my wife, Michelle. Definitely got a thanks, Allie. Thank you. And I should mention that as well. A thank you to my wife for keeping boys alive at home, keeping things organized at home and supporting me and getting to do this fun job that I get to do. Real quickly, your starters brought to you by the town of Woodruff. Sophomore number 5, Carter Curry. 10, a senior leading the team in points and rebounds, Colton Iverson. Junior number 14, Mitchell Wagner. A junior number 21, Kate Stewart. At about the same amount of points as Colton Iverson, and then 24, a junior, Roper Jones. Town of Woodruff starters brought to you by Mayor Scott Saby, council members Millie Bradshaw, Raymond Franson, Kent Stewart, and Jason Peterson with Secretary Lisa Bell. Now for your Rich Rebel starters, the Rebels themselves.
Connor Greer, junior.
Kyler Wilson, senior.
Riley Taylor,
Jr.
Logan Muirbrook, Jr.
John Scott, Jr.
Those are your Rebel starters, brought to you by the town of Woodruff. And that takes us to game time. And your tip-off presented by Saby Trucking, Scott and Diana Saby. Our pregame show has been brought to you by Gary H. Tusher, CPA, for all your accounting needs. That's Gary Tusher in Montpelier, Idaho. Visit GaryTCPA.com. Riley Taylor, Colton Iverson for the tip. Presented by Saby Trucking, Scott and Diana Saby. Rebels will be attacking left to right in this first half. Tigers right to left. Iverson gets up a little bit later. Rebels win the tip, though. John Scott slices in, grabs it, and Rich has a chance to score first. Greer, right wing to Wilson. Kyler dribbles down to the baseline, kicks it back to Greer. Tabiona in a tight man-to-man defense to start things out. John Scott pull up from the top of the key, over the top. Greer tips the rebound out of bounds. Tabby basketball. That's a good shot for John Scott. He's found a way to create more shots of his own as this season has gone on. Stewart dribbles left, hands to Roper Jones. Outside, Curry dribbles left, gives back to Stewart, into the lane, drives up with the right hand. Ball got loose from his fingertips, and he missed. John Scott with the Rebel rebound. So Rich has a chance again to score first with almost a minute gone by in this first quarter. Brought to you by the store in Evanston, clothing and more at the store next to the Monkey Shines laundromat. Muirbrook thinks about the three, instead dishes inside looking for Riley Taylor. He and Curry get wrapped up for a jump ball. Possession arrow. Tabiona Tigers on that Rich County 4-H jump ball, empowering young people with the skills to lead for a lifetime. That's Rich County 4-H. No score on the station on main scoreboard. Last time these teams met, Tabiona won a 43-38 decision at Tabiona High School. January 17th. Iverson at the top of the key, fires inside. Stewart slices through the D, up with the right hand and in. He's a dangerous scorer, Cade Stewart is. Real quick, long legs, can cover a lot of ground. Remember Wyatt Fabrizio last year. This is like Fabrizio 2.0. Cade Stewart, a junior, so he'll be terrorizing Rebels and other high school boys basketball teams for next year as well. Greer misses short on a three-point attempt. Muirbrook rebound. Kick it out. And missed three by Kyler Wilson. Greer with the offensive rebound for Rich, and he'll put it up and in. So Rebels battling on the boards. They need to win the battle of boards tonight, as we learned on the Thompson Ranch keys of the game. Curry dribbles left, hands off to Jones. Roper around the top to Stewart. Looks for a lane. Connor Greer tries to draw the charge, doesn't get it. Curry misses from the left corner, three, and Muirbrook has the Rebel board. Greer quickly up ahead. John Scott on the right wing. He's got Wilson, no. He's got Taylor down on the block. Riley backs in against the D, gets under the defense, shoots. He was blocked. You could hear the slap. Maybe it was a different slap, but on the shot I heard a slap. The Tigers don't like the foul call. Foul charged to Mitchell Wagner, his first, the junior. And the Rebels go to the line. Riley Taylor misses short on the front end. Tigers fans undoubtedly thinking, ball don't lie. Taylor this season been a bit streaky from the free throw line, 61% overall. Gets the second one to go, and Rich takes its first lead of the game, 3-2 on the station on main scoreboard. Curry on the left side. Carter gives to Iverson at the top of the key. Rebels in a man-to-man. Iverson into Curry, and the Rebels reach in and foul. Wilson looking for the jump ball, but he picks up his first foul. No, Riley Taylor picks up the foul. Wilson may have had a clean grab on the ball, as it turns out, but Taylor picks up his first. Curry to inbound for Tabiona. Looks into Stewart. Left corner, long two, misses short. Taylor, the Rebel rebound. Greer quickly up the left sideline. Wilson looks inside, nothing there. Back out to Greer. Lobs free throw line. Muirbrook hands off Greer. Back to Muirbrook. Just inside the free throw line. Gives to Scott. John pulls up left elbow and knocks it down. John Scott puts the Rebels up 5-2. Johnny be good with the bucket. And Rich leads 5-2. 5.5 left in this first quarter. Stewart tries to drive, kicks it back out, looking for Roper Jones. Pass too high, too long. Tigers only turn it over 13 times a game. There's one. This first quarter brought to you by the store, clothing and more in Evanston, next to the Monkey Shines laundromat. Open Fridays 1 to 6, Saturdays 10 to 4. Tigers coach Lee Gines in his 38th year won 3 state titles. And considering the size of Tabiona High School, That's quite a feat to have that much success year in and year out and win 3 state titles. Wilson driving to the side, to his right, toward the free throw line, bumped and a push. Cade Stewart picks up his first. Second Tabiona team foul, and Rich inbounds from the baseline. Mountain Valley Cattle Company inbound play. To Connor Greer, right side, quickly to Taylor. Riley spins in the lane, hesitates, puts it up and in off the window. Riley Taylor, strong move. He's not hesitating. When he gets that ball inside, he's going to work, and the Rebels need that. Curry bounces inside to Iverson, up with the left, misses short. Muirbrook tips it away from Iverson on the rebound, and John Scott has it for Rich. Up to the right wing, kicks it back out to Greer. 7-2, Rebels on top. Connor dribbles to his left, follows the screen, slices to the hoop, lays it up, misses. They're blocked. Muirbrook with the follow and the finish. 9-2, Rebels lead, and Coach Gines, furious, takes a timeout. Not happy with the way his guys are playing. Rebels excited and rolling on senior night. 4.5 left in the first quarter. Brought to you by the store in Evanston, clothing and more in the Monkey Shines Laundromat.
This is Rich Rebel Senior Alex Bell, and you're tuned in to Rebel Basketball on KADQ FM 98.3 and on mylocalradio.com.
When you're looking for one location that is centrally located in Wyoming to host a business meeting or corporate retreat, always consider the Come On In Hotel and Suites in Casper first. With meeting rooms and amenities that everyone can enjoy at the Come On In is the best place to host events. The rustic decor, fireplaces, jacuzzis, pool, and large indoor atrium will make your event memorable. Call today and find out the ways we can help make your event a success. Come On In Hotel and Suites in Casper. Call 307-472-6300.
Tabiona Tigers coming out of the timeout. Cade Stewart has 2 points. That's it. Rich leads 9-2. 4.5 left in the first. Stewart finds a lane, drives right, floats, misses over the top. Rebound fought for, tipped out of bounds. And the ref fooled me. He pointed to a Tiger off him and then said, "This way, Tiger basketball." No, wait, Rebel basketball. So Rich wins that little battle, and the Rebels set to inbound. Into the game, Landon Rhodes, a senior this year. Dealt with an injury early in the season, has had limited playing time coming in. Inbound to John Scott. Again, the man-to-man pressure, but it's just kind of token pressure. As soon as the Rebels got it in bounds, they backed off. Scott, right side, pulls up, right angle jumper, got it. John Scott, 11-2, the Rebels lead. Scott finding that open spot, the mid-range jumper. That shot is dead in the NBA, but it's alive and well here at Rich High School. Right side, Wagner thinks about the three, passes it up and dishes off to Rhodes in the right corner. Hesitates across the top. Curry for three. This looks good. Nope, short. Iverson and Muirbrook fight for the rebound. Iverson goes to the floor and traveled. Pulled down the rebound, lost his balance in the battle with Muirbrook for that rebound. 3:44 left in this first quarter. Brought to you by the store in Evanston, clothing and more. Scott across the timeline, dribbles right. Caden Curry defending. Caden, a senior, one of 5 or 6 seniors on this Tabby team. Scott starts right, double screen, goes back left, gives to Taylor. Riley, right wing. Wilson misses the three, short off the front iron. And Curry will let that bounce out of bounds. That's Caden Curry. Chases it down to the corner after it went out, and Tabby will inbound from that corner. Curry to Wagner. 11-2, Rebels on top. Can't get comfortable, though. Tabby can come back in a hurry. They score 48 points a game and defensively allow 46. Rebels switch on a screen up top. Into the middle. Iverson turns, chucks it up over the top. I think he thought it was blocked. He in fact, turns and says, yeah, it was blocked, but they give it to Rich. I don't know if you call that a missed shot, air ball, or just a turnover out of bounds. A shot, missed shot. Scott up to the right wing to Wilson. Follows a screen by Taylor. Wilson into the lane, scoops it up and in, 13-2. Rebels on a roll. They trailed 2-0. And have gone on a 13-0 run. We'll keep track of that. We'll give Wilson a candidacy for the Rolling Kennedy shot of the game on that last layup. Meanwhile, Landon Rhodes finds some space in the lane and ends the 13-0 run with a shot that goes through. Rebels, a bit of a wild shot on the other end, missed. Tigers rebound. Curry carries it. That ball got away from him. If he keeps his hand under the ball, I think he's okay, or over the ball rather, but he got his hand under the ball, and the Tigers turned it over for a third time. just mishandled the dribble. So Wilson to inbound, goes to Scott. John defended by Caden Curry. Junior defended by a senior. Behind the back dribble, looks to his left, and a 5-second violation as Scott did not attempt an attack to the hoop. Coaches explained to him, this is what you did or didn't do, and he says, okay, I got it. 13-4, Rebels lead. They went on a 13-0 run. Left wing, Curry, hands to Wagner. Thinks about a three, instead drives into the lane and carries. That looked like it just got hung up on his leg. And the Tigers have turned it over 4 times in this first quarter. It looks like they're willing to let John Scott bring it across the timeline. He'll dish off to Greer, almost mishandled it, but holds on. 2 minutes left in the first. Rebels lead 13-4 on the Station on Main scoreboard. Scott calls for the screen, dribbles away from it, pulls up at the free throw line and buries it. 15-4. John Scott with 6, and the Rebels lead by 11. He's got that mid-range jumper working. Rhodes dribbles into the lane, stops, kicks it back out. Curry wanted the three, not open. Instead dishes off to the other Curry, and Carter misses the three. Caden gets the rebound for Tabby. That missed three off the back iron, long board, and Tabiona gets it. Left corner, Landon Rhodes bounces inside, looking for Iverson. Muirbrook steps around and reaches in, and Logan picks up his first personal foul. Rebel second team foul with 1:21 left in this opening quarter, brought to you by The Store. Rebels with about half their points coming on points in the paint, brought to you by Bear Lake Physical Therapy, helping Rebels get back in the game since 1998. Have not yet hit a Pro Physical Therapy 3, but they're scoring from mid-range. John Scott with 6 points. Rhodes, Iverson in the lane. Stewart to Curry, looking again for Iverson. He's posted, turns, and misses, but he was fouled. They're really focusing on getting that ball into Curry. If you look at who he's defended by, which is Logan Muirbrook, just looking at the two, you'd think Curry would have a strength advantage. On top of that, he's a senior, where Muirbrook is a junior, so the size and experience advantage as well. Iverson at the line, front end missed, back iron, clunk. Colton Iverson and the Tigers just 59% from the free throw line this season. Iverson himself, 54% free throw shooter. And he can't get the second one to go either. Truman Huffner, good box out, pulls down the Rebel rebound. Up to John Scott, right wing to Connor Greer. 15-4, Rebels lead. Scott in the corner to Muirbrook, cutting to the hoop, and he finishes on the right side. Perfect timing. John Scott, the assist to Logan Muirbrook, who has 4 points, and Rich leads. They are fired up, these Rebels, 17-4 with 53.4 seconds left in this first quarter, brought to you by The Store, clothing and more in Evanston.
In today's world, with so many places to shop and so many options to choose from, sometimes you have to boil it down to one simple question: where do I get treated the best? At Cash Honda Yamaha in Logan, we work hard to make sure every customer knows how much we appreciate them. We love what we do, and we believe in the products we sell. Our goal is to build a lasting friendship with every customer so we can serve you and your family for generations. Visit us today, Cash Honda Yamaha, 3765 US 91, Hyde Park, Utah.
Rebels came out fired up. Can they stay fired up? That may be a consideration for the Garden City adjustment of the game. Garden City, where families play in beautiful Bear Lake, the Caribbean of the Rockies. We'll see if Rich can keep this intensity up for 4 quarters. Into the lane, Stewart pulls up, and it rattles out. Logan Muirbrook, the Rebel rebound. That was a point-blank shot attempt just about for Caden Stewart, but couldn't get it to go. I said Caden, it's Cade. My apologies. Greer, left open, he shoots the three from the left corner and hits. Pro Physical Therapy three-pointer over the rim and in, 20-4. Curry outside, Rhodes for three, back iron, no, rebound, tipped out of bounds. I think Rich touched it last. Yeah, Tabby basketball. That's what it looked like to me. So Greer was in the left corner. He received the pass, and I think his teammate was supposed to cut after passing the ball. He didn't, so Greer kind of gave a move of the arm to say, hey, cut this way. Defense didn't get out on Greer, so he said, all right, I'll hit this. Knocks it down. Pro Physical Therapy 3 brought to you by Dr. Dallas Clark. That's a candidate for your Rolene Kennedy at Auto Farm Chevrolet shot of the game. 2-1. Curry launches it at the buzzer and almost got it to go off the window. 20-4, a 20-point first quarter for Rich. They're on a 18-2 run since Tabby took a 2-0 lead. Second quarter action coming up. This first one has been brought to you by The Store, clothing and more in Evanston, next to the Monkey Shines Laundromat. Open Fridays 1 to 6, Saturdays 10 to 4.
When do you schedule doctor appointments?
In bed before I fall asleep. In the car waiting to pick up my kids.
We can even do it after breakfast.
We all lead busy lives. Online appointment scheduling puts you in control. In just 90 seconds, you can make an appointment with a primary care provider or specialist at evanstonanytime.com. Select the day and time most convenient for you. Enter some basic information, and just like that, you're scheduled for care. Schedule appointments for next day and beyond at evanstonanytime.com.
Well, it's always good when in a first quarter of action, I've already got 3 or 4 candidates for Rolene Kennedy Auto Farm Chevrolet plays of the game. Rebels 9 of 15 shooting in the first half or the first quarter. Tabiona 2 of 13 in that first quarter. And we've got multiple candidates for your Rolene Kennedy play and shot of the game and your McKay Frankham Dental Services precision play of the game already. Rebels with possession of the ball to start second quarter action, brought to you by Stacy's Repair. Need a repair, take it to the ones who truly care. Into Taylor. Riley steps back, long 2, misses, gets his own rebound after he followed his shot. Blocked on the putback. Jaden Grohl pulls down the offensive board for Rich, and he's fouled between a 3-man sandwich of Tabby defenders. Mitchell Wagner, his second personal. Rebels with a Mount Valley Cattle Company inbound play. John Scott up top to Jaden Grohl. Looks left, looks back right, and gives to Scott. 7.5 left in the Stacy's Repair second. High post to Taylor. Riley looks right, gives left. Back to Huffner at the top of the key. And then again to John Scott. Scott, Wilson, Huffner, Taylor, and Grohl on the floor. Wilson on the left wing. Step back, wanted the 3. Good defense by Curry to fight through the screen and prevent the shot attempt. Grohl on the right wing. Defended out high by Lawson Curry, a sophomore. John Scott takes the deep 3 and just misses short. Mitchell Wagner slices in to pull down the Tabiona rebound. Good board by Wagner. Off to Curry. Carter pushing the tempo into the lane, runs over Kyler Wilson trying to draw the charge. Instead picks up his first personal on a blocking foul. 6:58 left, second quarter. Brought to you by Stacy's Repair. The Rebels lead 20-4. They better not get comfortable. Inbound lob. Rebels got a little comfortable there, but Rhodes missed it. No, that was Stewart who missed, and Truman Huffner pulls down the Rebel board. 6:52 left in this second quarter. Scott dribbles to his right, hands off to Grohl. Jaden with a screen to his left, follows it, stripped away by Iverson, and the Rebels turn it over. Grohl got into too much traffic and just a little careless with the ball. Curry into the lane, ball stripped away, and the Rebels take it right back. A Rich County government steal. Brought to you by Rebels with a championship cause, Rich County government, and Coach Brown takes a timeout, wanting to keep that intensity, the flow, the groove going. Coach Brown takes a timeout. We'll take one too. Brought to you by Comprehensive Family Dental. Dr. Sean Grohl, quality family dentistry since 1997 on the Wildlife and mylocalradio.com.
You rely on your vehicle every day. Make sure your ride gets the best service, repairs, and maintenance possible. Stacy's Repair in Woodruff provides the highest quality, the latest technology, and the newest equipment to give your vehicle the absolute best auto care available. Family owned and operated since 1992, your friends at Stacy's Repair promise to always deliver value and outstanding, honest, and knowledgeable service, regardless of repair size or difficulty. Stacy's Repair, the ones who truly care.
Coming out of that that timeout brought to you by Comprehensive Family Dental. This is the Stacy's Repair second quarter. And the Rebels lead 20-4, but they've gone a bit cold, a bit stagnant. Right side. Kyler Wilson dribbles around the arc, floats, and can't quite get it to go. Caden Curry the rebound. Not Caden, that's Carter Curry, the rebound for Tabiona. He'll push up the left side. Got away with a little push with the right arm, but put it up and in with the left. 20-6, Curry pushing the tempo. Scott across the timeline. John right side to Wilson. Kyler dribbles to his left. Double screen across the top. Jaden Grohl inside looking for Taylor, and Iverson reaches in, pokes it away. And Rebels turn it over for a second straight possession. That's 5 in the ball game, 3 in the quarter. Stewart defended by Grohl. Good defense. Got in front. John Scott helping. Got an arm. He doesn't like the call. Had a ball, but also got the arm. So that'll send Stewart to the free throw line. John with his first personal, I believe. Rebel 5th team foul. Muirbrook and Greer will check back in a moment. Cade Stewart with 2 points and hits the first free throw. Tabiona averages 17 free throw attempts per game. They shot 2 in the first, missed them both. Stewart hits the first and has a second coming. This would make it a 4-0 run for Tabiona if he can hit it. He does not. Iverson gets position underneath, gets the rebound, kicks it out. Stewart for 3. No. Rebound. Wilson rips it down and hands off to Greer. 20-7. Greer looks to his left, hands off to Wilson. Kyler drills back to the top of the arc. 5:30 left in this second quarter. Rich has not scored yet in the second. Muirbrook, top of the key for 3. Splash! Logan Muirbrook with the triple. There's a pro physical therapy 3-point shot and a candidate for the Rolene Kennedy at Auto Farm Chevrolet shot of the game. Down to the right corner. 3-point shot over the top. Muirbrook, the Rebel rebound. Missed by Lawson Curry was that triple. 5:09 left in the Stacey's Repair second. Rich leads 23-7. Scott to Muirbrook. Colton Iverson comes out a little stronger on the defense this time. Greer drives, floats, hangs in the air, up off the window with the right hand and in. 25-7. Rebels are rolling here on senior night. Carter Curry on the left wing. Dribbles to his right. Rebels switch on the defense. Curry splits the defenders, misses. Iverson the rebound. The Rebels foul him as he comes down with it. Will that be Riley Taylor's second? I think it will. Yeah, the official saw who committed the foul, then made sure to look at that number, and I thought I saw him looking at Riley Taylor's jersey. So that's Taylor's second. That's also the Rebels' 6th team foul. Tigers to inbound from the baseline. 4:42 left in the second quarter. Inbound, John Scott. Ooh, got him with the body. Looked like John went up straight. Dawson Allred there. And John just picked up his second personal. Rebels are going to have to be careful. We've still got more than half of second quarter action left, and already Taylor with 2, Scott with 2, and that's a 7th team foul. Allred at the line, missed the first. He's not attempted a lot of free throws this year, but he's been good when he's gotten there. 8 of 10, 80% free throw shooter coming into the game, but he missed that front end. So the senior, Dawson Allred, who averages 2 points and a rebound and a half per game, goes 0 for 2. 80% free throw shooter coming in, misses both. Rebels with the rebound. They push and then kick it back out to the center timeline. Greer dribbles to his left, follows a screen, slices to the hoop, ball stripped away, out of bounds. Connor goes, what? Looked like a lot of contact there. I thought it was the right call that he touched it last, and if there was no foul, then that's obviously Tabiona basketball. 25-7, Rebels lead. Tigers struggling at the line, just one of 6 from the charity stripe. Carter Curry dribbles left, hands off to Wagner. Mitchell jabs left, dribbles right, goes to the hoop, shoots, he's blocked, he's on the floor, back out of bounds, touches the ball, trying to control it. Rebel basketball. Full court pressure from Tabiona. And Coach Gines asking for a sub, gets it. Ethan Park, the sophomore, checks in. So you got Park, Curry, Rhodes, Mitchell, Wagner, and Iverson on the floor for a full court press. Wilson ahead to Hoffner. Rebels go inside. Grohl misses. Muirbrook the rebound and the putback. Logan Muirbrook. What a board. That looked like Wyatt right there. Ripping it down, attacking the ball, and then going back up strong. To the hoop, left side. Nice move by Cade Stewart with the bucket. 27-9. Rebels lead by 18. I can do math, I promise. 3:43 left in the quarter. Greer turns it. No, almost turned it over. Yes. Stewart tips it up ahead to himself and lays it in with the right hand. Tigers force a turnover. Rebels are going to have to be careful with the ball here. Golden rule applies. Wilson against the 3-1-1 half-court trap. Hoffner to Greer. Connor, long pass ahead to Muirbrook, and Coach Brown got to get a timeout. Tabiona fans wanted a 10 seconds. If that's the case, that was the quickest 10 seconds I would have ever seen. 3:21 left in the Stacey's Repair second quarter. We'll take a quick one and be right back on the Wildlife and mylocalradio.com.
In today's world, with so many places to shop and so many options to choose from, sometimes you have to boil it down to one simple question: where do I get treated the best? At Cash Honda Yamaha in Logan, we work hard to make sure every customer knows how much we appreciate them. We love what we do, and we believe in the products we sell. Our goal is to build a lasting friendship with every customer so we can serve you and your family for generations. Visit us today, Cash Honda Yamaha, 3765 US 91, Hyde Park, Utah.
Boy, Logan Muirbrook coming into his own tonight. He's got 9 points and 9 rebounds. Are you kidding me? Muirbrook already with 9 boards. Rebels attacking. They're not just winning the battle of the boards. They are crushing it on the battle of the boards. Connor Greer receives the inbound and takes a little bump, just enough for the foul. Ethan Park picks up his first personal. Looks to the stand. Dad says, don't worry about it. Hustle, hustle. That's a 4th Tabiona team foul. Inbound to Greer. Connor crosses over. Dishes up left corner. Wilson. High-intensity pressure trapping. Rebels work around. Get it to John Scott. Right wing 3. No. Carter Curry the rebound for Tabby. They turn and run. Curry pushing right up the middle of the floor. All the way to the hoop. Left-handed layup is in. Carter Curry coast to coast. 27-11. Greer, long pass ahead to Huffner. John Scott, left side. To Wilson, misses off the window. Rebound, Mitchell Wagner of Tabiona to Stewart. Cade pushes up to the middle of the floor. Free throw line, back outside. Carter Curry for 3. Back iron, no. Rebound. Iverson tips it out to Curry. To Stewart on the right side. Runs over Connor Greer. Connor gets back up and defends after no damage done. Carter Curry outside, 2.5 left in this second quarter, brought to you by Stacey's Repair. Wagner gets away with a carry, dishes off. Stewart across the lane to Iverson. Rebels poke it out. Iverson chases it down at the top of the key. Park, right side. Wagner up top. Greer reached in but didn't get whistled for it. Stewart spins in the lane, bounces to Iverson, up over the block attempt by Rich, and Iverson gets his first bucket. 27-13. Tigers on a bit of a run. That's 6 straight. Muirbrook tries to close that and misses the 3. Iverson the rebound for Tabiona. Carter Curry up to the top of the key. Dribbles to his left, looking for a hole. Wagner, left wing 3. No, off the back iron. Rebound out to Carter Curry of Tabby. Rebels double team him. He's trapped, but gets it off to Stewart. Cade in the lane, scoops, right hand, misses. Huffner, the Rebel rebound. And Rich turns to head up court. Greer crosses the timeline. Tiger fans wanted an over and back, but it was not. All 3 points of the player have to be across midcourt, both feet and the ball. And Greer clearly still had 1 foot behind the half court. So good no over and back call by the officials. Greer drives, dishes, Muirbrook up off the window, misses that. He gets his own rebound. That's 10 boards. He is hacked, kicks it back outside to Greer for 3. No. Muirbrook another board, and he puts it in. Muirbrook with a double-double. We still have 50 seconds left in the first half. 29-15. Rebels lead. Iverson. Was that Iverson on the bucket or Stewart? So the Tigers get another bucket. Iverson with 4 points. 29-17, a 12-point lead for Rich. Wilson up top. Scott drives, floats, misses short. Rebound tipped. Huffner has it. He puts it up and in for Rich. Truman Huffner with his first bucket. 31-17. Rebels go back up by 14. Rebels have led by as much as 18, but the Tigers have roared back. Tabiona went on an 8-0 run, and they'll play for the final shot of the Stacey's Repair second quarter. Pick and roll, Iverson. It's thrown away. Huffner up across the timeline, launches at just before the buzzer and misses wide right. But what a first half for Rich, leading 31-17 on the Station on Main scoreboard. Logan Muirbrook, 9, make it 11 points, 11 rebounds in the first half, and the Rebels lead by 14 as we head for halftime. Brought to you by the Crawford Trough in Randolph. This second quarter has been presented by Stacy's Repair. Need a repair? Take it to the ones who truly care. That's Stacy's Repair in Woodruff.
This presentation of Rich High School Athletics on MyLocalRadio.com is brought to you by these Rebel Sports boosters, the Wilson Ranch in Randolph. Good luck, Rebels, from Dale, Kim, Kyler, and Casey. Remember, the harder you work, the more good luck you'll have. And by Argyle Ranch, Saddle, and Boot, Feed and Supply, a custom shop specializing in leather and wood goods, with a farm feed and supply store to boot. Proudly supporting the Rich Rebels, the Argyle Ranch, Saddle, and Boot, Feed and Supply Store.
At beautiful Bear Lake, skiing, snowmobiling, sailing, and swimming are just some of the fun activities offered to recreationists. The Greater Bear Lake Valley offers prime hunting and fishing areas, whether it's trout fishing in the streams or ice fishing for Cisco on the lake, hunting deer or seeking elk along the high mountain ridges. The scenic corner of Utah and Idaho offers outdoor recreation and historical interests away from crowds and high prices. Visit bearlake.org for more information.
When shopping for a vehicle, it's important to have a good selection of new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from. It's also important to have a knowledgeable salesperson that listens, a finance team that helps you get the payment that matches your pocketbook, and a smart office staff that makes sure all the paperwork is done right. You can always rest assured knowing that our whole team is working for you. Auto Farm Chevrolet, stop in today. We're a community-driven dealer.
The best live coverage of local sports, weather, local news, and radio classifieds. Plus job listings, fun giveaways, and more. It's all on mylocalradio.com. Watch live as your high school teams clash with their biggest rivals. Listen to the latest from your team's coaches, catch up on local and regional news, and get accurate weather conditions and forecasts. Visit mylocalradio.com, like us on Facebook, and stream it all now.
31 points in the first half. When Rich played at Tabby on January 17th, they got to 31 points midway through the fourth quarter. Logan Muirbrook, 11 points, 11 boards in that first half, and the Rebels lead 31-17. Tabiona with 13 points in the second quarter, cut that deficit down a bit, but what a first half for Rich. The question will be, and with the Garden City adjustment of the game will be, can Rich keep that intensity up for a second half, especially on the boards? Rich out-rebounded Tabby 24-16. Thanks, Rob, for those stats. We'll take a quick timeout and be back with your Crawford Trough and Randolph halftime report here on the Wildlife and MyLocalRadio.com. What could be better than a fresh, mouth-watering burger from the Crawford Trough in Randolph? Top it with cheese and thick-cut bacon, or throw in some mushrooms and make it a double. Now we're talking. Add home-cut fries and a creamy shake, and you might just think you're in paradise. With crisp salads and tasty wraps, plus onion rings, perfectly cooked chicken, cold drinks, and silky smooth ice cream, the Crawford Trough is the place to eat and drink at 120 South Main in Randolph.
Established in 1870, Randolph, Utah is home. Home to the Rich Rebels, to hardy people of high character, and to values of dedication, honesty, hard work, education, and respect for self and others. Randolph is also home to friendly folks who love their families, their town, and their neighbors. Count yourself a neighbor whenever you visit Randolph, Utah. Mayor Lynn Weston and the Town Council of Randolph wish the Rich Rebels good luck and invite you to visit anytime.
Shout out to the band playing Smoke on the Water. Smoke on the Water tonight for the Rebel boys in that first half. 20 points in the first quarter. Smoking hot, 57% from inside two-point range. They weren't great from beyond the arc, just 2 of 11. But when they attempt 32 shots because of 9 offensive rebounds, And I'll tell you who's leading the charge, burning hot. Remember NBA Jam, the video game? And if somebody was on fire, they'd say, he's heating up, and then he's on fire. That's Logan Muirbrook tonight. 11 points, 11 rebounds in the first half. Muirbrook already with a double-double. The question is, can Rich keep that going in the second half? This is your Crawford Trough and Randolph halftime report. Crawford Trough, the place to eat and drink. Winter hours, they are open tomorrow 11 to 7. And I should mention Thursdays through Saturdays, 11 to 7. Wednesdays for lunchtime, 11 to 2. The Crawford Trough in Randolph. And here at the half, Rich leads 31 to 17. A bunch of first half candidates for Precision, McKay Frankham Dental Services Precision plays of the game, and Rolling Kennedy Auto Farm Chevrolet shots and plays of the game. Rebels just with a fantastic first half offensively. Second quarter, they got a little bit sluggish on the defensive end as Tabby pushed the pace, forced some turnovers, and got some easy buckets. But overall, Rich with a very, very good first half. And we've seen them play like that in spurts. The third quarter last Friday night at ICS, but haven't been able to put it together for the full 32 minutes. And one of our Thompson Ranch keys of the game tonight is to play that complete game, that full 32 minutes. If they can keep that same pace they had in the first half, they should have a pretty good shot to win in the second half. But Tabby 0 for 9 from three-point range in that first half, so that plays a factor as well. You better believe they're not going to go 0 for 9 in the second half. First half highlights are brought to you by the town of Randolph, home of the Rich Rebels. Good luck from Mayor Lynn Weston, board members Sim Bell, Brian Wires, Larry Kennedy, Melanie Lim, and clerk Lana Peart. Rebels were led by Muirbrook's 11 points. John Scott had 6, Connor Greer 7. 3 points by Riley Taylor, and then 2 apiece from Truman Huffner and Kyler Wilson. The Tigers were led by Cade Stewart's 7, Carter Curry and Colton Iverson 4 points apiece. Landon Rhodes had 2. And as I mentioned, Tabby did not hit a 3-point bucket in that first half, and don't count on that being the case in the second half. So Rich will have to play some good defense and maybe hit some more shots from beyond the arc. Just 2 3-point shots, one by Muirbrook, one by Greer. Pro Physical Therapy 3-pointers for Rich. All right, that'll about do it for our halftime highlights and stats brought to you by the town of Randolph. We've got Epic Recreation third quarter action coming up, and we'll keep an eye out, try to decide on what we can have as your Garden City adjustment of the game. That'll certainly be if Rich can put together 2 more quarters of play like the first 2 quarters, and that would be your adjustment, is completing that full 4 quarters worth of good, solid, high-intensity play. It takes a lot of energy. We'll see if the Rebels have that energy. Overall, so far tonight, the freshman boys and JV boys lost to Tabiona. The freshman girls, JV girls both won, and the varsity girls won 59-19 here on senior night. Rebel seniors Kyler Wilson and Alex Bell looking to come away with a win. The Rebels will have one more home game. The boys will next Thursday, hosting Mount Vernon. But tonight's senior night, so the Rebels, boy, they want to come away with the victory in this one. Again, Logan Muirbrook, 11 points, 11 rebounds in that first half. He's got a double-double. We'll see what he does and what the Rebels and Tigers do in the second half right after this on the Wildlife and MyLocalRadio.com.
The best place to stay when you're in Casper, Wyoming is the Come On In Hotel and Suites. This beautiful log hotel offers 5 hot tubs, 1 pool, a fitness center, and fabulous indoor atrium. Offering jacuzzi and fireplace suites, the guest rooms are comfortable and relaxing. Plus, every stay includes a delicious extended continental breakfast. Whenever you're in Casper, stay at the best place. Come On In Hotel and Suites. Come on in today. Come On In Hotel and Suites, Casper. You're invited to come in and visit with the team at Cache Honda Yamaha in Cache Valley today. Our customers are our friends. If you haven't ever been in, stop in today. We'd love to get to know you. If you haven't been in for a while, stop in and let's get caught up. And if you were here yesterday, come back again soon. You always have an open invitation to visit the crew at Cache Honda Yamaha, where our customers are our friends, on US 91 between Logan and Smithfield.
Is it time to stop wishing for your dream home in beautiful Bear Lake? If you're ready to make your dream a reality, Bear Lake Realty can help with residential and land listings, including vacation properties, timeshares, cabins, condos, beachfront, lake view, and more. Bear Lake Realty has what you're looking for. And with more than 30 years of real estate experience in the area, you know you're working with the best. Visit BearLakeRealty.com and come and enjoy the Caribbean of the Rockies with us.
What could be better than a fresh, mouth-watering burger from the Crawford Trough in Randolph? Top it with cheese and thick-cut bacon, or throw in some mushrooms and make it a double. Now we're talking. Add home-cut fries and a creamy shake, and you might just think you're in paradise. With crisp salads and tasty wraps, plus onion rings, perfectly cooked chicken, cold drinks, and silky smooth ice cream, the Crawford Trough is the place to eat and drink at 120 South Main in Randolph. Rebels trailed 2-0 to start, went on a 13-0 run, led by as much as 20 midway through the second quarter, 27-7. Tabby then turned that around into an 8-0 run and cut it to as close as 12. But then Rich hit a bucket late to close out second quarter action, and the Rebels lead 31-17 at the half. Coming out of the Crawford Trough in Randolph halftime report, and we jump into the Epic Recreation third quarter. Stacy's Repair sponsors that second quarter. This is the Epic Recreation third quarter with a whistle and an inbound pass. We are underway. Wilson, Greer, Taylor, Muirbrook, and Scott on the floor for Rich. Iverson, Wagner, Carter Curry, Ethan Park, and Cade Stewart out there for Tabiona. Carter on the right wing, follows the screen, looking for the pick and roll with Iverson. Rebels fell back on Iverson, and Curry missed from the right elbow. Riley Taylor, the Rebel rebound. Up ahead to Muirbrook on the left side, misses with the left hand, gets his own rebound. There's another board, puts it back up, nobody's fouled. So Muirbrook will head to the free throw line. He was just kind of heading up court lackadaisically, not expecting that pass to come. When it did, I don't think he was quite ready for it, but he adjusted. Pulled it in, missed the shot, pulled down the rebound, missed the free throw, rattles out. Logan this season, a 66% free throw shooter. Rebels just 1 of 3 in the ballgame. They're a 63% free throw shooting team. Another Bear Lake Realty free throw coming here for Muirbrook, and he gets this one to go. A little bit of a flat shot, but swishes through. 32-17, a 15-point Rebel lead. They've led by as much as 20. It was 27-7 midway through the second. Wagner on the left wing, tries to drive. Rebels help. Cade Stewart freed up, slices through, up with the left hand and in. Cade Stewart with 9, 32-19. Rebels lead by 13. Greer crosses the timeline, up ahead to Wilson. Connor, left wing, follows the screen, up top, drives the lane. Wow, a lot of contact, got the shot off, but no, didn't get it to go. Carter Curry to the other end, runs right through through Logan Muirbrook. No whistle one way or the other, and a missed shot results in a Rebel rebound. Greer starts right and then hesitates, pushes left, and an easy call there. Ethan Park pushes into him with the body and gets called for his second personal foul. That threw Connor Greer off his line. It was almost unfortunate for Rich, though, because Greer passed it across the lane and had Wilson. Kyler, top of the key. Gives right side. Greer starts right, then gives back to John Scott. Top of the key, 3. Yes, John Scott with 9. There's a Pro Physical Therapy triple. 35-19 Rebels lead. Carter Curry up to the free throw line. Hands off. Cade Stewart out right corner. Park across the top. Carter Curry, 3 left wing. Yeah, he got it. Carter Curry answers the Rebel three-pointer with a 3 of his own. 35-22, a 13-point Rebel lead in the Epic Recreation third quarter. Rebels break the full court press with some good dribbling by Connor Greer. Wilson on the left wing. Gets a screen from Muirbrook, goes all the way to the hoop, scoops with the right and misses. May have been blocked by Iverson. Iverson pulls down the rebound for Tabby and gives to Carter. Curry up across the timeline to Stewart. Around the top, kicks it back to Wagner. Mitchell, he had a lane but mishandled the dribble. Picks it up at the free throw line and gives back to Stewart. Tries to drive, cut off, kicks back out to Park. Ethan for 3, splashes it through. Ethan Park with the triple. Cuts the deficit, or cuts the difference to 10 points. 35-25. Scott dribbles across the timeline, crosses over. Stewart tips it away. Not sure why we didn't get a reach there, and then Stewart heads up court. Scott fouls him heading up court. Scott dives to try and get the ball back and commits his third personal foul. So Rich, a little careless with the ball there. 8 turnovers in the game. Tabby I've got was 6. Stewart up to the right wing. Wagner looks inside for Iverson. Rebels double team there. Mitchell Wagner still holding, finally gives to Stewart, kicks it back out and around to Wagner at the top of the key. Dribbles to his right, looking for Iverson underneath. Rebels helping from the backside so they can't lob it over the top as Muirbrook was fronting defensively. Back outside to Curry. Dribbles to his right, follows the screen, high dribble, then gets it to Wagner. Mitchell hands back to Curry. 5 minutes left in the Epic Recreation third. Handoff to Stewart. Scott in tight, good D. Wagner wants to drive, spins, stops, nowhere to go, kicks it out to Stewart. And he's fouled. John just picked up his fourth. So Scott with 9 points in the ball game, including a pro physical therapy three-point basket moments ago. We'll head to the bench, and Truman Huffner checks in for Rich as Tabiona sets up for an inbound play. Huffner, Taylor, Muirbrook, Greer, and Wilson on the floor. Into Mitchell Wagner, left wing Stewart. Wilson on him. Down to the left corner. Rebels in a man-to-man defense. Curry defended by Huffner. Hands off to Stewart. Huffner switches on the defense. Wagner in the left corner has it and doesn't do much, just dribbles back to the top and hands to Carter Curry. 4.5 left in the Epic Recreation third. Stewart on the left wing. Follows the screen to his right, through the lane, scoops and misses short, but he's fouled and heads to the line. Cade Stewart can put himself in double-digit scoring if he hits one or two of these free throws. The foul, Truman Huffner, and that's his first. Rebel third team foul. Stewart, first swish. Cade Stewart this season, just a 55% free throw shooter. And he's 2 of 3 today. Make it 3 of 4. He splashes the second one through as well. 35-27. A Rebel 20-point lead down to 8. Wilson dribbles left, hesitates, and gives to Greer on the left wing. Connor to Wilson in the left corner. Back up top. Inside, Muirbrook. One dribble, turns, and hits. Off balance, but he gets it to go. Muirbrook with 14. 37-27. Rebels back up by 10. Stewart on the right wing. 4 minutes left in the Epic Recreation third. Wagner receives the pass. Screened by Park. Greer goes for the steal, pokes it away. Taylor comes up with it, and he's fouled as he throws it up court. And I think it's Wagner, the guilty party. Mitchell Wagner picks up his third. Tabiona turnover. The Tigers only give it away 13.5 times per game. I've got them with 7, so that's right about on pace. Wilson into Huffner. Truman holds, and the press broke because one guy didn't fulfill his assignment. Coach Gines throws his arms out to his side in frustration for that. Greer tries to drive. Ethan Park cuts him off. Greer steps back, baseline fadeaway, and buries it. 39-27. Mark that down as one of the candidate for the shot of the game, brought to you by Rolene Kennedy Auto Farm Chevrolet. On the other end, Curry drives, misses too strong off the window. And the Rebels pull down the rebound. Greer up top. Taylor thinks about the three, instead dishes off to Muirbrook. Back outside, Huffner misses. Muirbrook the rebound, puts it up with the right hand and misses off the front iron. He was on the right block and just scooped it up, or sky hooked it up there, but couldn't get it to go. Stewart left side. 39-27, Rebels lead. Wagner for three. No. Rebound Stewart. Back out to Wagner. Iverson at the free throw line to Curry on the right wing. Pick and roll, and he tries to throw it over to Rebels. Huffner's arms too long, deflects it back. Curry takes the three, misses off the back iron, and Taylor with the Rebel rebound. Good board by Riley to go to it. 2.5 left in the Epic Recreation third. Rebels lead by 12. Greer, right wing to Wilson. Down to the right corner. Taylor holding, looking, gives to Muirbrook. Posted up. He'll spin to his left and miss with the left hand. Rebound tip, and Curry has it for Tabby. He'll push up the right side. Into Connor Greer, and a charging foul has got to be the call. Greer was in the lane. From my vantage point, he looked planted. I mean, he had grown roots. He may have leaned one way or the other that I didn't see, but the official right there under the hoop calls the charge. So Carter Curry, the Tabiona referees to my right in the stands, say it should have been a blocking foul. Rebels travel and give it right back anyways. Amidst the pressure from the Tigers, Rich travels and gives it right back. Lawson Curry will inbound for Tabiona. Jaden Grohl checks in for the Rebels. Inbound to Mitchell Wagner on the sideline. Tiptoes and barely stays in. Gets it off to Curry. To Lawson Curry. Left corner three. No. And the rebound. Iverson tips it away from Jaden Grohl to the Rebels. Iverson says no. It was off him, but that's a pretty easy call right there, what it looked like. Grohl had position and had the ball, but Iverson tipped it out of his hands. Greer lobs it into the middle. Taylor goes high, receives it. Now Rich has a chance for a fast break. No. Greer at the top of the key, steps back, 1:57 left in the Epic Recreation third. Greer to the left wing, pulls up for three and knocks it down. Connor Greer with a Pro Physical Therapy three-pointer, 42-27. Rich pushes it back out to a 15-point lead. Greer with his second Pro Physical Therapy triple of the game has 12. Lawson Curry on the right wing. Iverson left wing to Carter Curry on the left. Pick and roll, Iverson left side up through. Hoffner can't get the shot to go. Hoffner partially blocked it, and Truman pulls it down. Up across the timeline, Rebel basketball. Greer on the R at center court to left wing, and Kyler Wilson dribbles to his right, mishandled it, but keeps control. Greer on the right wing. Free throw line, drops it in on the pick and roll to Taylor. He attacks the hoop, misses the shot, but he's fouled, and Riley Taylor earns a trip to the Bear Lake Realty free throw line. Rebels up 15. Rich scored 38 when these teams played at Tabiona. Rebels got to 38 2 or 3 minutes ago in game time. Taylor 1 for 2 at the line so far tonight. First one, splash. Riley, this season, again, a 61% free throw shooter. Bear Lake Realty. Buy a home, rent it out so it pays for itself. You can enjoy it some of the time as well. Soon you have your own beautiful home in the Caribbean of the Rockies. Taylor hits both free throws. He has 5. Rebels lead 44-27 into the game. Riley Carrillo and Alex Bell, thank you. Jaden Grohl, Truman Huffner, and Connor Greer also on the floor. Stewart defended by Bell. Left wing to Curry. Carter takes the three and misses. Stewart the rebound over Bell. Grohl comes in and wraps up Stewart for the jump ball. Big time comprehensive family dental jump ball. A candidate for your precision play of the game by Jaden Grohl. Coming in to force the jump on Cade Stewart. So Jaden Grohl, give him the credit there, forcing the turnover. That's as good as a Rich County government steal. Greer up ahead to Carrillo, back outside to Connor. 42 seconds left, and Cade Stewart trying to hip check Greer, gets called for the foul, so Cade picks up his second by my count. That's a 5th team foul. Nope, a 6th team foul on Tabiona. This game may come down to free throws for Rich. Rebels so far 3, that's 4 of 6 from the line tonight, 66-67%. As a team, 63%. Alex Bell to inbound from the sideline. Jaden Grohl in the left corner, trap comes. He'll try to dribble out of it, kicks it off to Bell, back outside to Greer. Connor picks up the dribble and bounces to Bell in the right corner. Gives a ball fake, fires across the lane to Grohl, back outside to Greer. Connor dribbling away from pressure, gives to Hoffner. Truman throws to nobody, out of bounds. He thought he had Connor Greer and or Jaden Grohl in that corner, and they both kind of stopped, and the ball sailed between the two of them. 21.5 seconds left in the Epic Recreation third quarter. Rebels up by 17, 44-27. Tabby with the basketball. Carter Curry slowly across the timeline with the left hand. Starts right, back left a little bit. 10 seconds. Calling for the screen. Guys, hurry. Let's go. 8, 7. Iverson comes up for the screen. Good defense by Rich. Dish off. Back to Iverson. He'll take the 3 and miss badly. Connor Greer the rebound. 3-quarter court shot. Oh, just misses off the right side. And at the end of 3, the Rebels lead by 17. 44-27 on senior night at Rich High School on the Wildlife and MyLocalRadio.com in the Epic Recreation third quarter.
Whether you're kicking up dust in the hills, making waves down on the lake, or taking advantage of the world's greatest powder, don't just hope to have fun. Take that sled by the handlebars and make your time at Bear Lake epic. Epic Recreation rents equipment and cabins for your vacation fun at beautiful Bear Lake. From watercraft large and small to UTVs, sleds, and more, Epic Recreation has it all to go on-road, off-road, or out on the Caribbean blue water. Book your adventure at epicrecreation.net.
You're tuned in to Rich Rebel Sports on KADQ Evanston.
At beautiful Bear Lake, skiing, snowmobiling, sailing, and swimming are just some of the fun activities offered to recreationists. The greater Bear Lake Valley offers prime hunting and fishing areas, whether it's trout fishing in the streams or ice fishing for Cisco on the lake, hunting deer or seeking elk along the high mountain ridges. The scenic corner of Utah and Idaho offers outdoor recreation and historical interests away from crowds and high prices. Visit bearlake.org for more information.
One of the things the Rebels have talked about trying to do all season long, put together 32 minutes. They've put together 24. Not perfect, but good, very good minutes of play. Iverson receives it on the low block. Good use of the pivot foot. Gets the Rebel defense in the air, and they foul him. Iverson to the line. Colton, 4 points, 0 for 2 from the free throw line tonight. 44-27. Iverson will try to bring Tabby 2 points closer. The foul, Logan Muirbrook, his second. Logan, 14 points and 13 boards in the ball game. 12 rebounds. Iverson's free throw, in and out. Front iron, back iron, and pops out. He's only a 54% free throw shooter, but that being his third free throw and then a fourth one coming, statistically, he should hit these two. That won't happen. One more coming. Iverson averages 12 points, 8 rebounds a game. He's probably about there on the rebounds. Maybe not quite, but 8 rebounds. Second free throw, swish. Iverson knocks it down, 44-28. Iverson, the lone returning starter from last year's Tabiona Tigers state championship squad. Wilson to Greer, long pass right wing to Taylor. Into the middle looking for Hoffner. Ball knocked away, out of bounds, Rebel ball. Tiger fans wanted it for them. Rebel fans obviously wanted it for them, and the officials can agree. They concur. Rebel basketball. Wilson to inbound from the baseline. Mountain Valley Cattle Company inbound play brought to you by Eddie and Todd Jensen. Into Greer. He holds on to it through contact by Dawson Allred. Wilson down in the left corner, up top to Greer. Connor to Huffner on the right wing. Rebels need to eat some clock, take care of the ball, and get a good shot. Taylor dribbles through some defense, goes up strong, and somehow the Tigers got a block. Wow, that was impressive. Was it Cade Stewart, the long arms? Curry hesitates, kicks it back out to Allred. He'll mishandle it and travel. Tried to hold that left pivot foot down, but couldn't quite do it. Tigers with 9 turnovers by my count. Rebels lead 16 points, 44-28, 7:09 left to play. Last time these teams met, 2 weeks ago, Tabiona won 43-38 at Tabby. Rich has already exceeded that point output by 6. Rebels break the press, but turn it over. Wilson looking across the lane for Huffner. 2 Tigers there, including Roper Jones with the steal. 11 Rebel turnovers. Stewart, top of the key, spins in the lane, up with the right, stripped away, and a foul. The way the ball came out and his hands kept going made me think it was a block, but then probably got him with the body or an offhand or something else as he slashed through the lane. Riley Taylor picks up a third. The Tiger fans say he was shooting. The official, one says, no, he was driving. It was on the floor. The officials confer, talk, decide, yes, indeed, shooting 2. So Cade Stewart at the line, shooting 2. He's 3 of 4 in the ball game. A 60 what? If I could find it, 55% free throw shooter, but he splashes the first one through and improves his number to 5 of 6 in the ball game. Stewart shooting better free throws than he statistically has this season. And he splashes the second one through as well, has 13 points. 44-30, a 14-point Rebel lead. Rebels have to toe the line here. Oh, Taylor was wide open. Rebels couldn't get it to him. Connor Greer, right wing to Wilson. Toe the line between taking care of the basketball, burning up some clock, but not just playing keep away and getting too conservative. Wilson across to Greer. Connor drives, floats from the right side, misses. Taylor the rebound, and he's hammered as he goes back up with it. Fouled from behind, and then fouled on the shot by Colton Iverson as well. I think they'll get Carter Curry for the first foul from behind. And Riley Taylor will head to the line and shoot 2. Taylor 3 of 4 on the night from the charity stripe. These free throws brought to you by Bear Lake Realty. Rebels are going to need to hit free throws down the stretch if they want to hold on. And Taylor can't get the first to go. 63% shooting as a team, Rebels, from the free throw line. They average about 13 free throws per game. Taylor short on the second one, and Iverson tips it away out of bounds. Rebel basketball. It came off the front of the iron at a sharp angle, and Iverson just couldn't control it. Rebels 4 of 6, make it 4 of 8 from the line, 50%. John Scott checks back in with 4 fouls, 9 points. Sat much of that third quarter. He'll have to be careful he doesn't foul out here. Rebels to inbound. A Mountain Valley Cattle Company inbound play. They go to Scott. He'll try to pass it back outside and throws it away. Carter Curry steps through the lane. Greer draws the, he must have leaned or stepped a bit to his side as Curry stepped around him. Greer picks up the blocking foul. So Curry to the line to shoot 2. Hasn't attempted a free throw yet tonight. He's probably a good free throw shooter. Indeed, 65%, and he rattles the first one through. So far in this Bear Lake Memorial Hospital fourth quarter, no field goals, but the Tigers with 4 free throws and the Rebels none. They're 0 for 2. Curry's second one drops as well, 44-32, back iron and in. So Carter Curry has 7, 8, 9 points, and the Tigers have closed to within 12. Greer to Wilson. Kyler up ahead to Scott. John bounces up underneath to Taylor, hangs in the air, and puts it in. The Rebels are going to need to do some of that to beat this press and trade easy buckets for what you'd want to do is eat up some clock. Stewart out to Jones. Roper in the lane. Left wing to Park. Under 6 minutes to play. Rich up by 14, 46-32. Connor Greer steps in to poke it away from Roper Jones and called for the reach-in foul. So Greer picks up his third. That's a Rebel 7th team foul. Jones to the line to shoot 1 and 1. Roper Jones, 67% from the line this season, but that's a limited sample size. 4 of 6 is all he's attempted and misses this one. Rebound, Ethan Park gets to it first for Tabiona. Right side, Jones bounces in looking for Iverson. He's almost going to the floor and somehow saves it. Back outside. Tabby fans saying get him off him, but it's Jones on top of Allred. Inside to Stewart. He misses, slaps the rebound off the window back to himself, and then he's fouled on the putback attempt. (46-32) to the line, Cade Stewart. The foul, Riley Taylor's 4th. Foul starting to pile up, and the Tigers going to work on the boards. Stewart has hit 5 free throws in a row. He's a 55% free throw shooter. Misses that one. Muirbrook, the Rebel rebound. That was short. 46-33, a 13-point Rebel lead. Greer up to Scott. John spins, and Coach Brown takes a timeout as John pulls up from the left elbow, or the left angle, and kisses it off the window. That won't count, obviously. 5:19 as we take a timeout, brought to you by 5:19 left in the fourth quarter as we take a timeout, brought to you by Comprehensive Family Dental and Dr. Sean Grohl, providing quality family dentistry since 1997. Looking across the way in your Bear Lake Realty fan cam, visit bearlakerealty.com or give them a call today at 435-946-8888. Rebel Faithful, we got a bunch, of course, all those fans you see across the way on the south side of the gymnasium. We've got plenty of Rebel fans to our left as well. Most of the Tiger fans to our right from where we're sitting in the bleachers behind the scorer's table. And there's the Rebel band student section, and then there's fans to the left. John and Nellie Brown celebrating senior night with their daughter Eliana tonight. The Rebel girls won big, 59-19. Your Bear Lake Realty fan cam for beachfront room with a view, secluded mountain retreat, tons of timeshare options, a recreation headquarters, whatever you're looking for in the Bear Lake Valley, Bear Lake Realty has it. Visit bearlakerealty.com. All right, let's get back to the live camera on the Station on Main scoreboard. The Rebels lead by 13 and have a critical Mountain Valley Cattle Company inbound play. Wilson into Muirbrook. Double team comes. He holds it high and dishes off to Taylor. Back to Greer. Connor at the timeline to Wilson. Kyler bounces back to Greer. Rebels playing some keep away, eating some clock, and looking for an easy shot. They look for Taylor on the baseline. He dribbles out of bounds. Through some pressure, Rich turns it over for a third time in the quarter. That's 13 in the ball game. Carter Curry to check back in. Rich looking for that easy shot, but couldn't quite get it, and the Rebels turn it over. A 13-point lead. That can go away in a hurry. Rebels led by as much as 20 in the second quarter, and Tabby went on an 8-0 run to cut it to a 12-point game. Wagner, free throw line, gives to Cade Stewart. Dishes left corner. Carter Curry for three. Knocks it down. Carter Curry with the triple, his second of the ball game, and Coach Gines takes a quick timeout. A 10-point game in the Bear Lake Memorial Hospital fourth quarter. We'll take a timeout this time. Brought to you by Comprehensive Family Dental on the Wildlife and MyLocalRadio.com.
More than 1,300 rural hospitals were evaluated, and for the third year in a row, Bear Lake Memorial Hospital placed in the top 100 for quality as well as best practices and critical access, with a 24-hour emergency department, orthopedics, home health, a residential nursing home, physical therapy, surgical services, family doctors, chemotherapy, dialysis, and more. So, when it comes to your health, make sure you're seen by the best. Bear Lake Memorial Hospital in Montpelier, Idaho. Count on us to care.
46-36, a 10-point Rebel lead with 4:47 left to play. Rebel wrestling team competing at state today and tomorrow. Got a handful of guys in the state championship matches in their duels. That includes Corrigan Conk, Keller Sitaway, Riker Conk, Colton Hislop, and Jaden Rao. Thanks, Rob. That, of course, following last Saturday's divisional tournament championship. The Rebels won the divisional tournament and had 5 individual division champs. Make that 6 individual division champs. John Scott to inbound. Goes to Kyler Wilson. Up the right side. Picks it up and turns it over. Too much pressure. Up to Cade Stewart. Kick it across. Carter Curry, another three. No, back iron. Rebound. Stewart pulls it away from Greer. Saves it from going out of bounds. But to John Scott. Double team comes. He'll throw it ahead to Greer. Rebels should have numbers here. A 3-on-1. Greer across the lane to Taylor, and he is hammered. Riley to the line to shoot 2. That'll be a Tabiona Tiger 8th team foul. And again, Rich will have to hit free throws down the stretch if they want to hold on to this. Taylor, 3 of 6 at the line tonight. A 61% free throw shooter coming in, and he can't get that one to go. Front iron to the back iron and popped out. Riley Taylor with 5, 6, 7 points. Got to make it 8 here and make it an 11-point game. And he does. Front iron to the glass and in. 47-36. Rebels lead by 11. Into the game, Lawson Curry for his 3-point shooting. Out of the game, Ethan Park. He might maybe come back in defensively if Coach Gines can swing that with dead balls. Up to Stewart. Cade to the free throw line. Spins up with the right hand. No. Muirbrook has the rebound. Iverson gets away with a lot of contact trying to rip it away. Wilson past Iverson. A reach in and no foul. Wilson misses the layup. May have been blocked. Cade Stewart to the other end, and he's fouled. Man. So Kyler Wilson picks up his, I think, second. And that puts who? Cade Stewart at the line to shoot 1-and-1. That's a 9th Rebel team foul. So from here on out, it'll be shooting 2 for Tabiona Tigers. Stewart has made 5 in a row, 6 in a row. Nope, 7 in a row after missing his first one. And again, I'll remind you, Cade Stewart is a 55% free throw shooter. In this game, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of 8. Cade Stewart. coming up big. The junior misses short, and the Rebels have the rebound. Taylor wrapped up and fouled. Tigers trying to get a jump ball, don't get it. 47-37, and to the line goes Riley Taylor. Riley's got to be close to double digits rebounding as well. Muirbrook with a double-double tonight for Rich. No? 7, that's close. That's closer than 3 to 10. Riley Taylor at the line shooting 1 and 1. And he swishes the first through. Big time, Rolling Kennedy type shot of the game by Riley Taylor. Still 4 minutes to go, so we're not going to go quite that far just yet. The foul there was on Ethan Park, his third. Taylor's second rattles around and finds its way home. Go home, ball. Go home. It does under 4 minutes to go. Carter Curry to Lawson Curry on the right wing. Up top, Kate Stewart sees a lane, slices through, misses, may have been blocked. Rebound, tip, and Muirbrook has it for Rich. Big board by Logan Muirbrook. Greer up to Scott. John splits a couple defenders, tries to pass, and a foul on Kate Stewart. He can't believe it, but John Scott will go to the line and shoot 1 and 1. A third personal foul on Kate Stewart. A 10th team foul on Tabiona. I said 1 and 1. John's shooting 2. Can Johnny be good and get to 10 points? Logan Muirbrook, 15 rebounds in the game to go along with 14 points. 3:39 left to play. John Scott misses the front end. John, 78% free throw shooter this season. This one would make it a 13-point game, and John does it. Hits the second, has 10 points. Rebels lead 50-37. Stewart to the top of the key. Carter Curry gives it back to Stewart. Jabs left, goes right, out to Lawson Curry for 3. Front of the rim, over the top. Kyler Wilson, Rebel board. Greer up ahead to Scott, who released down the left sideline. To Greer, out right corner. Wilson, one dribble, back to Greer. Into the middle, Muirbrook inside for Taylor. Right hand, reverse layup, good, and they say it's on the floor. Are you kidding? Oh, Coach Brown, some words with the official about that. Taylor brought the pass in and went straight up on the reverse. No and one tonight, but Taylor will still shoot 2. So Riley to the line for 2 Bear Lake Realty free throws. And he says, you know what? It's okay, guys. Not going to get the 2 and 1. You're more hung up about it than I am. I'll just hit these free throws and make it, well, a 14-point game as he hits the first. Riley Taylor, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10 points in the game. And he knocks them both down, 52-37. Riley Taylor, a couple big Bear Lake Realty free throws. Up left corner, Caden Curry. Coach Giants says shoot that. Instead, Stewart slices through the lane and lays it up and in with the right hand. And Coach Giants calls a timeout with Rich on top, 52-39 on the Station on Main scoreboard. 3:03 left to play in the Bear Lake Memorial Hospital fourth.
This is Rich Rebel Senior Kyler Wilson, and you're tuned in to Rich High Hoops on Rebel Radio and MyLocalRadio.com.
Serving Wyoming since 1941, Plains Tire is Wyoming's oldest and largest tire dealer with great locations throughout the state. They'll get you the right tires and offer the best results for your vehicle at the lowest prices, guaranteed. Plus, you can go to any Plains Tire Pro dealer with their nationwide warranty service. And check out their Plains Tire phone app.
Come down and see us at Plains Tires on 157 Bear River Drive for all your automotive needs. Hablamos también español.
Tabby took a 2-0 lead. Richmond on a 13-0 run. The Rebels have not trailed. They built the lead to as much as 20, but the Tigers have battled back. Cut it to 10, but Rich is on a 5-2 run to maintain a lead, a 13-point Rebel lead. Rich with the basketball after the Tigers' Kate Stewart just made a shot. Stewart has 4, 6, 17 points. Rich inbounds, and Iverson can't quite control what would have been a Tabiona takeaway. So Rich will try it again. Another Mound Valley Cattle Company inbound play. Wilson, Scott, Greer, Taylor and Muirbrook on the floor. Inbound, Scott tips it. Double team comes. He'll dribble away from it. Good move to Wilson on the left wing. Splits a couple defenders. Out to Greer. Taylor down on the right baseline. Couple ball fakes and then gives back outside, and the Rebels kick it up top. Wilson, right corner to Taylor. Skip a pass. Boy, Taylor was hit as he threw that pass and throws it away. 5 turnovers in the quarter for Rich. Stewart up to the left wing, takes the three and misses off the window. Connor Greer, the Rebel rebound, pushes up court to Wilson. Kyler stops at the right wing to Greer. Out to Scott on the left wing. 2.5 left to play, and the Rebels have got to take care of the ball, and they don't. Ethan Park, the steal to the other end, lays it up and misses, and a late whistle. They'll call Wilson for the foul. He doesn't like it, can't believe it, but it's his third. And Ethan Park will go to the line to shoot 2. Park hit a 3 in the third quarter and can make this an 11-point ball game. Ethan Park this season, 0 for 1 at the free throw line. 1 free throw attempt for the sophomore this year in varsity action. And he gets it to go. Front of the iron, to the glass, back iron, and down through. Park, 1 for 2 this season. Can he improve to 67%, or will he drop to 33? He improves. Swishes it through. 52-41. Can Rich handle this pressure? Up across the timeline. Wilson bounces to Scott. John to Greer, left wing. Connor across to Wilson. Double team comes. Stewart wraps him up, and a foul. Stewart wanted the jump ball. Tabiona fans furious as Stewart just picked up his 4th, and Kyler Wilson goes to the line to shoot 2. Wilson came in averaging 10 points a game, just under that to be exact, 9.7. He's scored 2 so far tonight. Has a chance to keep the Rebel lead a bit higher as he heads to the Bear Lake Realty free throw line and knocks down the first. The senior, a 68% free throw shooter. Makes it 12, can't make it 13. The second one rims around and out. 53-41, a 12-point Rebel lead. Stewart across the timeline, slices through the D, lays it up and in with the left, and Coach Gines takes a timeout. He's got to be running short on those. 53-43. We'll take a quick timeout as well here in the Bear Lake Memorial Hospital. Fourth quarter, Rich up 10, 2:02 left to play on the Wildlife and MyLocalRadio.com.
It's human nature to think the grass is always greener on the other side of the fence. That's not always true, especially when it comes to buying vehicles. This is Dennis Lynch, General Manager at Auto Farm Chevrolet. Dealerships pay the same price for new vehicles across America. The fact is, the best deals are right here, in your own backyard. The difference is that our employees are your neighbors, people you can trust. Please visit us first, Auto Farm Chevrolet. We are your community-driven dealer.
A 10-point Rebel lead in the Bear Lake Memorial Hospital fourth quarter. 2:02 left to play on the Station on Main scoreboard. Rebels came in averaging 19.5 turnovers per game. 17.0 turnovers per game over the course of their last 8. I have them with 15, and a good portion of those here in this fourth quarter as Tabiona has ratcheted up the pressure, trying to force turnovers and get back in. Coach Lee Gines, I believe, just used his final timeout. I'm getting confirmation from a couple other Rebel fans next to me that is the final timeout for Tabiona with 2:02 to play. Mountain Valley Cattle Company inbound play. John Scott to Wilson, back to Scott. John splits a couple defenders across the timeline, picks it up, fires inside, Muirbrook to Taylor. He'll go strong to the hoop. Shot block, gets his own rebound, misses the putback. Rebound on the floor. Wagner tries to save it, and he's out of bounds on his back for the second time tonight. Can't avoid touching the basketball. Rebel ball underneath the hoop, 1:47 to play. Mountain Valley Cattle Company inbound play. Rebels could really use a Bear Lake Physical Therapy points in the paint here, or a Pro Physical Therapy 3. Outside to Greer. Connor dishes off to Taylor. Rebels have got to take care of the basketball. Double team comes, and he dishes off. Coach Brown called a timeout. He was asking for it. Whistle came after Taylor threw it almost away, and Coach Brown takes a full timeout. This one will be brought to you by Comprehensive Family Dental and Dr. Sean Grohl, providing quality family dentistry since 1997. We'll take a quick one as well here in the Bear Lake Memorial Hospital fourth quarter.
More than 1,300 rural hospitals were evaluated, and for the third year in a row, Bear Lake Memorial Hospital placed in the top 100 for quality as well as best practices and critical access, with a 24-hour emergency department, orthopedics, home health, a residential nursing home, physical therapy, surgical services, family doctors, chemotherapy, dialysis, and more. So, when it comes to your health, make sure you're seen by the best. Bear Lake Memorial Hospital in Montpelier, Idaho. Count on us to care.
Rebel girls won earlier tonight, 59-19, and the freshman JV and varsity girls won. So far today, the freshman boys and JV boys both lost to Tabiona. The varsity boys trying to turn that tide a little bit, and they lead 53-43 with just a minute 41 to play. Rebel coach Ashley Brown has one timeout left. Tabiona coach Lee Gines, I believe, has none. That's according to Dave Holmes. He would know a thing or two about basketball. So we'll take his word for it. Connor Greer with it. Looks right, goes left to Wilson. He puts the ball on the floor, and he's fouled by Carter Curry. That'll put Wilson at the line to shoot two. Curry going for the steal. And Curry, is that his fourth? Got that as his fourth, it is. Tabby fans pleading that Wilson slipped. It's not a foul, but it was. So Wilson back to the line. He's 1 for 2 tonight. Bear Lake Realty free throws. Wilson's first swish. Kyler Wilson with 4 points in the game. None could be bigger than if he can hit a couple more free throws. Well, that one there and then another one here would make it a 12-point Rebel lead with 1:34 to go. Rebels come in with 2 wins plus a JV win over USDB. Wilson misses short off the front end of the iron. And Iverson has the rebound. An 11-point Rebel lead. Stewart, Curry for 3, right wing, splish, splash. Caden Curry with the triple. His first points of the game. 54-46. Turnover, no. Scott somehow gets it back and misses off the window. Muirbrook, the offensive board, misses that, and Iverson tips it and then saves it from going out of bounds. An 8-point Rebel lead with 70 seconds. Carter Curry for 3, plunks off the heel of the basket. Wilson has the rebound, and he's fouled. No, a jump ball. Wilson was sandwiched. Possession arrow, Rich Rebels. So that's a Rich County 4-H jump ball. Rich County 4-H empowering young people with the skills to lead for a lifetime. John Scott to inbound. The official says you can run the baseline. You can move. So he will inbound. Park defending on the inbound. John looks in. Goes to Wilson in the corner. Ball slapped away, and Wagner whistled for the foul. Easy call there. And the official gives that same indication. Wagner just fouled out. No, it wasn't even on him. The foul was on Colton Iverson. What? They just indicated the foul was on number 10. It was number 10 from Rich that had the ball. Coach Gines immediately started to contest. The official just gave a look like, nah, I don't think so, Coach. No way. That's an easy call for me, sir. So they still haven't figured out who committed the foul. Wagner thought he was done. He untucked his shirt and was standing to sit on the bench. Was over by the sideline. They still have it against Colton Iverson. I don't think he was even in the area. Wagner and Ethan Park were the two defending. I guess that's a moot point now as Wilson hits the first of 2 Bear Lake Realty free throws. Wilson, 3 of 5 at the line. Kyler, a 68% free throw shooter coming into the game. If he hits this one, it's a 12-point Rebel lead, and he does. Front iron and down through, 56-46. The free throw shooting here in the fourth quarter quickly becoming your Rolling Kennedy shot of the game. Caden Curry, 3 left wing, got it. Caden Curry with his second triple of the game. 56-49, and some heavy whistles up court. Did we get another foul? Kyler Wilson goes back to the line. Caden Curry picks up the foul. I've got that as his first, and it is. Boy, a furious pace here in this fourth quarter as Tabby has tried to climb back in. The Rebels have tried to play keep away and avoid turnovers. Wilson at the line first, swish. Kyler Wilson here in this fourth quarter, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 points, all from the free throw line, and one more free throw coming. Rebels, knock on wood, have been pretty good from the free throw line in this fourth period. We'll figure out numbers and give it to you in our post-game show. Scott gets the offensive board as Wilson missed. John went up high, fought for position, and pulled down the rebound. He's fouled coming down. Dawson Allred, is that who they called the foul on? Tigers fans wanted an over the back. They're not going to get it. Scott uses his athleticism to go up and pull down the offensive board and earn a trip to the Bear Lake Realty free throw line. What an effort by Scott. John has 10 points in the game and rattles the free throw in and out. No good. So John can make it a 13-point Rebel lead with 50 seconds left to play. The Bear Lake Memorial Hospital fourth. Scott bends at the knees a couple of times. Bends again and releases with a swish. He knocked it down. Scott just 2 of 4 at the line tonight, but Rich leads 58-49. Jones on the right wing, picked it up, gives to Allred. Dribbles to his left. Curry picks up. Caden for another three, can't get this one to go, and Greer pulls down the Rebel rebound. 35 seconds to play. Rich up by 11. Up court to Wilson. Fakes his shot. Tabiona's backed off a bit on the pressure. Scott with it on the right wing. John to Greer. 23, 22 seconds to play. Wilson on the left side, skips it across to Scott. 18, 17, 16. Taylor back to Scott. John, Roper Jones trying to foul him. Probably wisely or luckily didn't, because that just would have prolonged the inevitable. With 5, 4, Greer holds 3, 2, 1, and the Rebels win on senior night, 58-49. Rich takes it over the Tabiona Tigers, number 10 team in the RPI, taken down by number 16. It was a close game at Tabby. The Rebels hoped they could take a win at home, and they do. 58-49, the Rebels with the victory on the Station on Main scoreboard. Rich hits free throws down the stretch, takes care of the ball just well enough, and gets a career night from Logan Muirbrook. 14 points, 15 boards, 16 boards, somewhere in there. 12 of 20 from the free throw line in that fourth quarter. Enough for the Rich Rebels in the victory. 58-49 on the Station on Main scoreboard. Stay tuned. Your Crawford Trough halftime report coming up, including your Jimmy John's Freaky Fast recap and more on the Wildlife and MyLocalRadio.com.
This presentation of Rich High School Athletics on MyLocalRadio.com is brought to you by these Rebel Sports Boosters, LSR Refrigerated, and the Walletines in Garden City. Darren, Tricia, and the entire Walletine clan wish the Rebels good luck. And by CAD Answer Technical Services, proudly supporting the Rich Rebels. The staff at CAD Answer Technical Services wish the Rebels good luck on the field, on the court, in the classroom, and in life.
The best live coverage of local sports, weather, local news, and radio classifieds. Plus job listings, fun giveaways, and more. It's all on MyLocalRadio.com. Watch live as your high school teams clash with their biggest rivals. Listen to the latest from your team's coaches, catch up on local and regional news, and get accurate weather conditions and forecasts. Visit MyLocalRadio.com, like us on Facebook, and stream it all now.
Came down to Rich hitting some free throws down the stretch. Rich only got one field goal in the fourth quarter, but scored 14 points in the final period. Time for your Jimmy John's Freaky Fast recap at 113 Front Street in Evanston. Gourmet sandwiches, fresh and fast every day at Jimmy John's. Rebels hosting Tabiona Tigers on senior night. The freshman girls and JV girls took care of business. Tabiona won the freshman and JV boys games, and in the varsity action, the Rebel girls jumped all over the Tigers. Tabby took a 2-0 lead, but then Rich outscored Tabby 19-4 the rest of the first quarter and cruised to a 59-19 win. 12 different Rebels scored, not one in double figures. How's that for balance as Rich won 59-19 in the girls' game? The boys took the floor, feeding off that momentum. They also trailed 2-0 early, but then went on a 13-0 run to lead 20-4 at the end of the first quarter. Rebels maintained that pressure and led by as much as 20 midway through the second. Tigers rallied back and cut it to 14 by the end of the first half. Tigers were furious. Pressure defense, pressing, trapping, everything they could do in the second half, and Rich didn't handle it perfectly, but well enough, including 12 free throw makes in the fourth quarter for Rich. The Rebels scored just one field goal in the fourth quarter and scored 14 points in that final period to keep themselves on top for a 58-49 victory over the Tabiona Tigers on senior night at Rich High School. 58-49 the final in the boys' game, and the varsity teams sweep the Tigers at Rich High School. That's a big win for the Rebel boys to improve to 2-4. That may boost their stock a little bit in the RPI. If they can beat Mount Vernon next week, maybe take one from either Manila or Wendover. Thank you, Rob. On the tip of my tongue, boy, they actually would be in pretty good shape. And actually, as of today, the Rebels had moved themselves into a spot to play to have a home game in the play-in round. That's your Jimmy John's Freaky Fast recap. Jimmy John's, they spend 6 hours daily slicing all natural meats and fresh produce for your 30-second sandwich. Stay tuned. Your post-game report continues, brought to you. Excuse me. Post-game report continues right after this. We'll have your Rolling Kennedy at Auto Farm Chevrolet shot and play of the game, the Garden City adjustment of the game, and the McKay Frankham Dental Services precision play of the game on the Wildlife and mylocalradio.com.
Business cards are a powerful and inexpensive way to promote the goods and services you offer. You can design your own cards or have the professionals at Westar Printing design your business cards. Now with same-day and next-day turnaround on all business card printing, you don't have to wait. Get your business cards today. Professional quality, inexpensive prices, and quick turnaround. Visit Westar Printing, 243 7th Street in Evanston, across from the library. Westar Printing, 307-789-5202.
Folks have many reasons to visit Casper, Wyoming every year, whether it's work, high school sports and activities, a romantic getaway, or business meetings. The best place to stay when you're in Casper is the Come On In Hotel and Suites. A beautiful log hotel offers 5 hot tubs, a pool, fitness center, and a fabulous indoor atrium. You can also reserve meeting rooms for your next event, and each stay includes an extended continental breakfast. Reserve your rooms today at the Come On In Hotel and Suites in Casper, Wyoming. Call 307-472-6300.
Welcome back to Rich High School. The varsity teams of Rich with a sweep over the Tabiona Tigers. The girls won big, 59-19. The boys jumped out and had a big lead and win by double digits. 9 points, 58-49 on the Station on Main scoreboard. Rebels were led by Logan Muirbrooks, 14 points and 16 rebounds, a double-double in the first half, and then he built on that in the second. John Scott finished with 11 points, as did Riley Taylor, and Connor Greer had 12 as well. Kyler Wilson, 7 points, 5 of those in the fourth quarter from the free throw line, and Truman Huffner had 2. And the Rebels earned the victory, 58-49. Tigers were led by Cade Stewart's 19, 12 from Carter Curry, 6 by Caden Curry, all in the fourth quarter. He hit 2 threes. Colton Iverson just 5 points for Ethan Park, and Landon Rhodes scored 1 bucket, had 2 points. Rebels shot 42% from the floor, 27% from three-point range, 62% from the free throw line, 16 of 26, including 12 of 20 in the fourth quarter alone. And Rich had to hit those free throws down the stretch. They weren't perfect by any means, but 12 of 20 in the fourth, and that was certainly enough to keep that lead at, a 9-point victory. Tabiona goes 12 of 20 overall from the free throw line, 60%, and shot 38% tonight. They launched up 23 three-point shots and hit 5 of those, including 3 of them in the fourth quarter. So real quickly, the McKay Frankham Dental Services precision play of the game. We're going to give that to, I think, John Scott. The pass to Logan Muirbrook in the first quarter. Rebels were up 15-4. It was part of that, part of Rich outscoring Tabiona 20-2 after Tabby had taken a 2-0 lead. And John Scott, just nice little drive, dish off to Muirbrook for the 2. That's your Rolling Kennedy, or your McKay Frankham Dental Services precision play of the game. And McKay Frankham Dental Services, dental care at reasonable rates for the whole family. The Rolling Kennedy Auto Farm Chevrolet play of the game, I think that's going to go to, not sure. And actually, thinking about it, we had, a bunch of just good plays, and you had to get a win like that. And Jaden Grohl forcing a jump ball with Caden Stewart late in the third quarter. Kyler Wilson's scoop and score in the first. I think we'll give it to Jaden Grohl, and that the forcing the jump ball that's just a hustle play, and that was part of the win tonight, right? The hustle that Rich had tonight. We've seen them hustle like that and for quarters here and there, but to put together the full 4 quarters of hustle, that made a big difference tonight. So there's your play of the game, Jaden Grohl forcing that jump ball. And the shot of the game, we could look at Connor Greer, a couple of threes. Logan Muirbrook hit a 3. So did John Scott, but I think what we'll go with is the free throws tonight. Rich, 26 free throw attempts. They had been averaging 13 free throws per game. They doubled that tonight and hit enough to hold on for the win. So there's your shot of the game is brought to you by Rolling Kennedy, and it's the free throws tonight. Rolling Kennedy Auto Farm Chevrolet, Rich County's representative with the community-driven dealer Auto Farm Chevrolet. All right, stay tuned. Again, a final score. Rich wins 58-49 on the boys' side. The girls win 59-19. And we'll take a quick break. We'll be back to talk with Keller Sidaway, Rebel wrestler, Keller qualified for he was into the state championship match for tomorrow. One of a few other wrestlers that are wrestling for state tomorrow as well. We'll hear from Keller when we return on the Wildlife and MyLocalRadio.com.
You rely on your vehicle every day. Make sure your ride gets the best service, repairs, and maintenance possible. Stacy's Repair in Woodruff provides the highest quality, the latest technology, and the newest equipment to give your vehicle the absolute best auto care available. Family owned and operated since 1992, your friends at Stacy's Repair promise to always deliver value and outstanding, honest, and knowledgeable service, regardless of repair size or difficulty. Stacy's Repair, the ones who truly care.
Super kids deserve super care. Experience the difference with board-certified pediatricians Alan Brown, MD, and Bird Gilmartin, MD, at Uinta Medical Group. Whether it's tracking your child's overall health at Well Child Checks or helping your little ones feel better when they're sick, Dr. Brown and Dr. Gilmartin are here to help your child grow, learn, and thrive. Schedule an appointment with Dr. Brown or Dr. Gilmartin by calling 307-789-WELL 9355 or visit evanstonanytime.com.
Welcome back to the post-game show. Rebel girls win 59-19. The boys win 58-49. See you guys. The boys, a much-needed win, improved to 3-14, and they'll be at Westside tomorrow. We'll cover the girls out at Wendover tomorrow, and then the boys return home Thursday to host Mount Vernon next week before a trip out to Manila Friday and a trip out to Wendover Saturday. We'll take a little bit more detailed look ahead after this, but first let's hear from one of the Rebel wrestlers at state this weekend, Keller Sidaway. With Keller Sidaway, a junior at Ridge High School. Thanks for your time, Keller.
You bet.
You're a division champ. Do you feel any different?
Yeah, a little bit, It's been a good year for us, so.
Tell me about the lead up to last week's divisional tournament and kind of the season overall, I guess. Wrestling a lot of Idaho and Wyoming schools and how that prepped you for the divisional tournament.
Yeah, so when we wrestle in Idaho and Wyoming schools, it's a lot different. They're a lot harder to run around with and everything, and it just makes us better wrestlers. So when we come into our division and wrestle for region, we do a lot better than they would because we wrestle harder schools.
You guys had, I think, 8 guys wrestling for a division title. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
You were one of them at, tell me your weight again?
126.
And 6 of you Rebels won in that divisional championship match.
Yeah, it was crazy. We had a good time. It was good. So.
And not only did you win, all 6 of you pinned your opponents.
Yeah, and we didn't go past the first round, so it was good.
From the fan standpoint, it was pretty cool, too, because at 113, Randy Trujillo won it. And then Corgan Conk at 120, and then you at 126. And it kept going. It was like 6 out of 7 weight classes in a row the Rebels won.
Oh, yeah, it was awesome. We took it at our hometown, and it was good.
Did you feel the crowd? Did you hear it? Did that help you guys?
Oh, yeah, I heard it when I was going on. But once I'm out there, I don't really hear anything. Everything goes silent on the mat. Like, I can barely hear my coaches yelling at me, and it's just – and then once you walk off that mat and everybody's screaming, it's crazy. It's awesome.
Keller, give me a quick history of yourself wrestling. When did you start? How did you do the last couple of years at state?
I started right when I could walk. My dad was wrestling, and he's been a coach forever, and I've just wrestled ever since I could even get on a mat. And then throughout my high school career, I've done pretty good. Last year it kind of sucked because I lost by 1 going up for first and second, and it just didn't work out for me very well. But this year it's going to be good. So.
Have you taken any time? Do you know who is that same kid that you lost to last year? Is he back for this year? Or do you know who you'll have to maybe beat to win a title?
No, I have no idea. Last year I was wrestling all seniors, so they're all gone right now. So it's a clear shot, hopefully. So.
How's your conditioning? You feel like you're, peak conditioning, ready for state?
Yeah, I feel amazing. I feel good. I'm not tired at all. I'm ready to go.
That's good. That's good. Good spot to be in.
Yes, sir.
Keller, how about the rest of the team? You guys have 15 guys going to state, and Penguich has 22, but after that it's you with 15, the Rebels. You guys feel like you have a good shot?
Yeah, we've been doing pretty good, and we got 3 more guys this year, so we hope we can take it. We'll do good.
You talking about Bridger Weston, Colton Hislop, and Stetson Huffaker?
Yes, I am.
Can I ask, what was it like for the rest of the team, you guys who've been here and working hard since November, and then those guys jump in mid-January and wrestle and qualify for state?
It was tough. We wanted them there, but at the same time, it was like, well, what if they kick us out of a spot for state or something like that? And it was tough to get past that, but I think now it's just for team score, and we want them there. It's good.
Them qualifying didn't push any other Rebels out of qualifying?
No, so our coaches said that we get the chance, we get the choice to be in whatever weight class we want, so it worked out pretty well. So,
Keller, anything else we should touch on about wrestling?
No, I hope we do good this year, so hopefully we can take it.
Good luck at state Friday and Saturday.
Thank you very much.
Junior at Rich High School, Keller Sitaway, division champ at 126. Thanks for your time. Good luck at state this weekend and the rest of your junior year.
All right, sweet. Thank you very much.
Well, thanks so much, Keller. Keller among 5 Rebels who will be wrestling for a state title tomorrow. Corrigan Conk, Keller Sitaway, Riker Conk, Colton Hislop, and Jaden Rao. The Rebels, Stetson Huffaker won. A bunch of other guys won their first round, lost the second round. So others wrestling up through the consolation and trying to earn some points for the boys as well. But Keller, one of those who will be wrestling for state tomorrow at 126. 58-49 win for the Rebel boys. The girls scored 59, the boys scored 58. Both teams won. And we move along in our post-game coverage. I want to thank the teams, the school, for the gifts they gave me tonight. I hope this senior night was about them and the excitement of playing on their home court for the last time. Of course, the Rebel boys will be home next week. We'll talk about that in a bit. One more quick break, and we'll wrap this thing up on the Wildlife at mylocalradio.com.
2 of the things you work hardest for in life are your family and your money. Taking care of the money you earn is an important part of taking care of your family. Gary Tusher, CPA of Montpelier, Idaho, is a rancher who's also provided professional tax preparation and financial services for more than 30 years.
When it comes to taxes and your money, make sure it's handled the best way possible. Call me today, 208-847-2601.
We take your fun very seriously. That's why we put so much emphasis on training and experience with our mechanics at Cash Honda Yamaha. Whether you're getting it ready for an upcoming season, putting it away for the winter, having routine maintenance, or have a mechanical problem, we want to make sure that when you're ready to have fun with it, it's ready for you. Don't trust your fun to just anyone. Make sure you bring all your service work to Cash Honda Yamaha in Cache Valley.
(58-49). Rebels with the win over the Tabiona Tigers. Rebels had lost at Tabby 43-38. A little more fast-paced, high-octane. Worked better tonight for Rich in the victory. Again, 14 points, 16 rebounds for Logan Muirbrook in the win. A monster double-double for him, a career night. His previous career high in points was, well, I guess 15, still his career high in points against Mountain View at the Flaming Gorge Classic just last December. But Muirbrook, that 16 rebounds, huge tonight. All right, moving along in our post-game coverage real quickly, let's look ahead at what's coming up tomorrow in basketball action and more. The Rebel boys are at Westside. You can tune in and listen live to that on mylocalradio.com. If you go to our website, Richard Ward, the longtime voice of the Westside Pirates, will be there at Westside to cover that game. And so if you go to mylocalradio.com and then hover over the sports tab and go down to Westside Pirates, you'll be able to see the stream or listen to the stream there for tomorrow's boys game at Westside. We'll be with the girls at Wendover tomorrow. Our pregame starts at 2:50 p.m. And I believe we'll get the stream started early, so if you can't make it there, you can watch the JV girls game as well. No commentary on that one, but you can watch the game. Rebel Wrestlers continue state tournament competition tomorrow, and that gets going on in the morning at Sevier Valley Center in Richfield. The freshman basketball teams were slated to compete at the Evanston Freshman Tournament, but that tournament was moved to next weekend. Rich Middle School Royals boys basketball teams compete at Lyman and Mountain View tomorrow, with games beginning, I believe, at 1 p.m. On the calendar. It said 10 a.m., but I was just told that's actually 1 p.m. And then, as I mentioned, the Rebel girls at Wendover tomorrow, JV at 2, varsity pregame starts at 2:50, and the boys basketball team competes at Westside tomorrow. That takes us through the weekend. Oh, I should mention also, following our girls' coverage at Wendover tomorrow, we'll join the Wyoming Cowboys game in progress as the Cowboys play down at the Pit, the New Mexico Lobos in Albuquerque. Well, that wraps up our post-game show, our look ahead, and tonight's broadcast. Thank you for tuning in. The Rebel girls with a 59-19 victory, and the Rebel boys with a 58-49 victory over Tabiona on the Station on Main scoreboard. Make sure to tune in tomorrow. Rebel girls at Wendover. Pregame starts at 2:50 right here on KADQ and mylocalradio.com. For tonight's videographer, Rob Leifson. For our producer back in the studio, Alyssa McDaniel. I'm Ryan Steineckert, and we'll talk with you again soon.
You've been tuned in to Rich High School basketball on Rebel Radio, KADQ FM 98.3, with live video online at mylocalradio.com. Today's broadcast has been brought to you by these Rebel supporting businesses and individuals: Auto Farm Chevrolet, the Bear Lake Convention and Visitors Bureau, by Plains Tire of Evanston, the Come On In of Casper, The Store, by Evanston Regional Hospital, Westar Printing and Rocky Mountain Sign, Cash Honda Yamaha in Logan, and by mylocalradio.com. The proceeding has been a wholly owned production of mylocalradio.com and Cook Brothers Broadcasting, no portion of which may be used or rebroadcast without the express written consent of Old West Media. Our executive producer is Val Cook. We thank our office manager, Kayleen Anderson, and our sales manager, Julie Burley, along with Evanston's Elin Olive, the Bridger Valley's Jake Hibbard, and our production assistants, Preston Bush, AJ Lamb, and Alyssa McDaniel. Biggest thanks of all to our sponsors and to you for tuning in. We invite you to visit mylocalradio.com for archived games and past interviews with Rebel players and coaches. And like mylocalradio.com on Facebook to stay up to date with the game broadcasts. Thank you for joining us on this presentation of Rich Rebel Basketball on KADQ FM 98.3 and online at mylocalradio.com. Until next time.
Yeah!